Hi, can you guys hear us?
Good morning.
Good morning, I can.
I just turned up the volume.
Thank you.
That's for the 10:15 to cross over.
Thanks.
I got the poster, looks good.
Morning, everyone. I take from George's head nod that you can hear me. How's my volume? I have to adjust it for different meetings once in a while. Is this okay?
Yep.
Yeah, sounds good to us.
Cool. Well, we have just hit 8:31 now. And I'd like to thank everyone. First of all, I just wanted to announce that we're holding this in Zoom instead of in person today, but for numerous reasons. We've got one commissioner out of town. I had knee surgery, and theoretically, I'm not supposed to drive for another week. And although I'm sure they're wrong and I just thought I'd follow the rule. And then I know we have a couple more people that have stuff that they need to go to and maybe having to finish by phone. And so they're going to be from remote locations anyway. So that's why we're Zoom today, although normally we prefer to do these in person. So we're meeting, this is a Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners meeting on February 7th, 2023. I see on the agenda, for anyone who's looked at the agenda carefully, it says 22. So it's kind of like that check.
My bad.
You know. And the first thing we're going to start with this morning is administrative approval of marijuana licenses. Nanette, I presume, is in the room.
I am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a quick standard renewal of 2 licenses for medically correct retail products manufacturing, medical products manufacturing, and also approval of a change of ownership for the business. They're removing some people, and two of the current owners are retaining ownership.
Okay. Peter, am I correct that these do not require public comment as long as they have been recommended and they're subject to administrative approval by the chair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And Nanette, we presume that these are recommended, the staff recommendation is for approval?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, consider them approved.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So the next item of the day is public comment. And I know that we do have at least one person in-house in the room that's here for public comment today, Jim Blugerman. Jim, if you could come up to the podium there and give us your 3-minute comment, would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. I am aware that the county approved an ordinance against excessive noise resulting from engine brake mufflers 2 months ago. And I was just wondering when we can expect enforcement of that, and in particular, if it's going to be looked at with trucks coming down Plume Hill on I-70.
Reminder that public comment is only for public comment and not to engage with the board or answer questions. I just want to caution the board about that and explain that to the person who's speaking at public comment. I will tell him that there's no problem if he reaches directly out to the sheriff on that, because sheriff is in charge of enforcement of the ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Peter, also I understand that we don't engage in dialogue and debate for informational purposes because I know I've worked on this one specifically to get it done. I've had other dialogue with other members of the public, and we have had dialogue with CDOT on our end. Some of the stuff that we can control is encouraging them to put better signage in. And I know that they're looking at potentially installing, I don't know the outcome yet, but installing some signage that might be a little more effective, like some of that's been pointed out to us over in Jeffco, a couple spots like that. And but otherwise, we can't really engage in dialogue on it in public comment. But thank you for your comment today.
Okay.
I do have one quick question for Peter, and maybe for now or for another time, about the effects of local statutes on federal highways, whether or not we have the ability to actually make rules for travelers traveling on I-70.
You definitely can in terms of enforcement of things such as a noise ordinance. It is acceptable to do that. You can do that for public safety and welfare.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And part of this might be my speaker, but Peter, if you have the way to turn your mic up just about maybe 10%, it would be helpful. I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. And I don't know if anyone else, I mean, I could hear it, but it's more of a strain than, for example, with Sean or Jim. Okay, next thing we have is county commissioner updates. And I'll just start with myself in order to be very brief. I know we have a number of people that have different things we're trying to do today, so we'll try to get through this meeting expeditiously. So I'm not going to make a county commissioner update today other than to say I had knee surgery last week. And so I have been working on some things, and the things I would report on are things that are not urgent. And there's some of the same things we've talked about in the past, just slightly further developments in them. So I don't think it justifies the time other than to say that. And George, you want to go or?
I think there's just one update. Actually, I think I'm gonna tail in behind your leadership and help us save the time. So I don't think I have anything that's urgent to report that can't be done in 2 weeks.
Okay, Sean?
Yeah, I think one thing of note, I believe I mentioned before, I'm on the Senate Bill 225 from last year, EMS Sustainability Task Force. And today is EMS Advocacy Day down at the Capitol. So I'm going down there to talk about EMS amongst lawmakers. And one other thing I'm going to kind of float some trial balloons down there tonight is to see if there's any appetite for financial literacy in our public schools. There's only 7 states in the United States right now that require that as part of high school graduation requirements. And I think it's a topic that we should be talking about here in Colorado as well.
Boy, I'll engage in comment on that, as I couldn't agree with you more. Of all the things I learned in high school and college, they forgot and left that one out. I can do trigonometry in my head, but when it comes to learning the kinds of things that allow you to prepare yourself for a stable financial life, that's a piece that's I think that's an essential building block. I started to say stumbling. Well, it has been a stumbling block, but building block. And I couldn't agree more with the idea of putting that tool in everybody's kit.
That's all I got.
Okay, so we're all ready to the county commissioner update. Brian, you want to take it away?
Yeah, just a couple quick things for you. This Thursday at 10:30, you have a meeting on your calendar. It's a joint meeting with the Board of Education. They have reached out to us indicating they would like to hold that meeting if it still works and you're willing. We've asked if they've got any particular agenda topics. We're not sure. We haven't gotten an answer back to that yet. But right now it's scheduled for 10:30. They're asking if we want to do it in person at Carlson Elementary, or do you want to do it by Zoom? Assuming again, the date still works for you. But it should be on your calendars.
Well, my preference would be by Zoom for the same reason I'm Zooming today, just to follow doctor's orders and stuff and not have somebody have to show for me. And although we could probably figure that out actually. But so I guess let me just say I need to check my calendar real quick. Maybe the other two can comment.
Yeah, it's in my calendar, and I would advocate for a hybrid format. I like meeting people in person, and Carlson's centrally located, so it's easy for us to get to.
Mine as well, and I agree with Sean.
So you agree with in person? Is that what I understood?
Hybrid.
Oh, hybrid. I'm sorry. I was conflating hybrid with virtual. Okay. Yeah, and if that's the case, if we've got, I presume, and Brian, you've been coming down for those too, right?
Yeah.
Would you be starting in the office in Georgetown that day? Or would you be waiting and coming to that from?
Let me look.
And one possibility, I don't know that the school district, they probably have, actually, I've seen them do hybrid meetings before. I'm sure they can do it.
Yes, I will be in Georgetown. I have 2 meetings before it.
And then you'll be coming to the BOE.
Yes,
Okay, can I catch a ride with you?
of course. I'll pick you up.
Thank you. All right, yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Just a heads up, we're gonna be contacting you over the next week or so. The Wallstrom Quarry item is coming to you in March, the first meeting in March. We're gonna open a public hearing. We're gonna immediately table it for the purposes of a tour. So we'll be getting in touch with the 3 of you about finding a date that's gonna work for the 3 of you together, to get that, to set that public hearing, get that tour. It'd be helpful to be able to set that date that night, or that day, excuse me, on the 7th when we open that public hearing. So I'll be in touch, and Beth, myself or Beth will be in touch in terms of trying to get that date set for you. So again, that's the first meeting in March.
Is there a chance that the easy thing to do here is go ahead and schedule it for that day? Like that afternoon?
Sure, if it works, if that date works for the 3 of you.
I know we all block our calendars on those Tuesdays.
I mean, I haven't looked at I guess we can purposely keep that agenda somewhat light so to make sure you're gonna get there. But yeah,
We're talking March 7th.
March 7th, yes.
Yeah, I'm wide open all day. I mean, I don't have anything in the afternoon yet.
Okay, we'll,
I think it would be good for the applicants too, but I could reach out.
yeah, we'll reach out and make sure we can get that set up, but we'll tentatively schedule it for then, that afternoon. Great.
Okay.
I actually have something on that afternoon that I scheduled a long time ago on the 7th. And I generally don't do that on Tuesdays with some of the state boards and other things like that. I don't really have much control over.
What time is that?
2:00.
We should probably be in person for that meeting, shouldn't we? Yeah, we would expect to be. I'm sorry, it's a BOCC meeting.
We could keep the agenda light. I don't know how long a tour is gonna take, but
Generally, an hour.
They estimated that a tour of both the applicant's site as well as an area on Floyd Hill that had been requested by homeowners association be part of the site tour. We would probably want to figure 3 hours. The site tour at the applicant's place could take anywhere from just about an hour and a half most.
That would mean we'd have to be on site by around 10 or 10:30 in order for Sean to move on from there after the meeting to get where he's got to go. I mean, at a bare minimum. If
It
we need
is a
3
light-
hours and Sean needs, for example, a half-hour travel time, that means we got to be on site by 10:30 at the latest, which means we'd have to be done talking about other stuff by 10 o'clock in Georgetown.
Yeah, we can just do it at a different day too, can't we?
Yeah.
and yes.
Maybe even before.
No, we'd like to do it after the hearing is actually formally opened. And then, which is on the 7th, and then anytime up until the 21st.
Okay. Yeah, my calendar
we tried
right
it
now in
too.
March is very light. Sorry, Randy.
No, that's all right. Sorry I interrupted you.
What about the 14th?
I would be happy to spend my birthday on a tour of the Wallstrom Quarry.
I'm open on the 14th right now.
Me too.
All right, so we'll see if we can target the morning of the 14th.
That's March 14th,
Yep.
right? Okay.
What else do we have for good of the order, Brian?
All right, the Accelerate invoice that we received, we need to make a decision on whether or not we're going to continue to be a member of an Accelerate. The invoice, it's 1 year membership was $5,000. That one individual gets a trip paid for the trip to DC. So we get one of those trips comped as part of our membership in Accelerate. So they've sent us an invoice. We just need to know your direction in terms of whether or not that's something we want to continue. It is something we budgeted for.
I think it's a good use of money, honestly. I mean, the ability to spend time with our state or our federal representatives, and also to spend time with other county commissioners and other leaders in Colorado during travel. I think it's worth it. And it's not like, it's kind of the only one, sorry, Randy, it's kind of the only thing we do like that. Like, none of us have county cars or really travel very much at all. That's kind of the only thing that we do on an annual basis.
And I kind of we've had two out of three experiences, I think, where we feel that we were really very effective there in helping accomplish some important goals. One of them was, like it or not, the Floyd Hill project, the funding for that Floyd Hill project, we were able to socialize among a lot of Colorado leaders. The benefit was also more the ability to get that many people together in that environment, open-minded for a few days, and get to hear us when they hear us speak to our congressman about it in the hearings, the special meetings that are held for us to explain the subjects to our congress people. If we take the time and have an issue to work on like that, Good Samaritan bill was one, but the Floyd Hill project funding over a couple of years, we were able to get local state leaders to hear us in Washington, where they were really tuned in because they were in Washington. And it worked a lot better than even trying to talk to them at Dr. Cog meetings or anywhere else. And so it's been very helpful. One of the 3 years, last year, I felt like it was good to do the same thing. We just didn't have a really point. We weren't carrying a spear for a particular purpose that we were trying to bring home for Clear Creek County quite as much. I think I support Sean's idea. I guess my question would be what the subject matter is so that we make the greatest benefit of it in meetings with the Congress people and in speaking in front of our other statewide Colorado leaders with them when they hold the big meetings there in the Library of Congress. And so I'd want to know that we're doing the public good while we're there. And so a question I have for Beth is, do they need to know the name of the person to put on the airline ticket, or do they just need to know that we're coming?
I think right now they just want to know if we're going to remain a member. They haven't asked for details on who's traveling to DC.
Okay, then we could make the decision, and I haven't heard George yet, and I know that I want to. Then my thinking is it depends on if we pick a particular subject matter. I'm happy to do it again, but I also know that George has never been, and I think it also depends on if we have a real point that we're in there for specifically, then there may be one of us that's better suited to talk on that because it's a subject that commissioner's been working on. And if we don't know what that point is yet, the exact purpose of it, or how we're going to make best use of it, we might want to forego who it is that's going based on the availability of the commissioners, number one, and number two, who's the best subject matter expert between the three of us on that particular topic.
Yeah, and not to refute what you're saying, but I do remember one of the conversations we were having specifically with Joe Neguse when we were meeting in the Library of Congress was around fire mitigation and around the fact that a lot of federal dollars had been earmarked and that not a nickel of it had been deployed in our forest so close to Denver. And yeah, I mean, personally, I'm excited about EMS sustainability and things related to the sustainability of our fire department here. And I think those have a federal angle. So personally, I'm confident that we can put our heads together and come up with some asks or some ideas to pursue that will be really worthwhile.
I agree. I mean, regarding the membership in Accelerate Colorado, having a federal lobbyist can be helpful in a lot of different situations, even just trying to understand what's going on. I think it's been invaluable in navigating the complexities around all of the federal funding related to COVID. And I think it can continue to be valuable. As far as the trip, I think my initial reaction is to defer to you two to go, one of you two or both of you two to go. But we can discuss that later. I've noticed that I tend to spend more of our budget on conferences than you two. And I don't mean to brag. I don't even know if that's a good thing. But you know, maybe it would make sense or be fair or something else for you guys to be able to go and do that. And I can hang out here. So that's my initial reaction. I think we should remain members, and we can talk about who's available and what we want to go talk about, you know, in the coming months.
Yeah, I feel it's been very rewarding for me, and I've enjoyed it, et cetera, but it's not a personal thing. It should be whoever's best, and we can figure that out later as we develop. We'll go through a series of meetings with Accelerate where we'll be able to influence Accelerate's policy agenda. That's some other good work we've done so that they can be working on the things we care about. It's not just about this trip. It's about what Accelerate does during the rest of the year, as George alluded to, and also the advice they give us about what's realistic and pragmatic about what we're trying to do, because they know their way through the quarters there, and so we can get back to who does what later. I think once we got a plan.
All right, we'll pay the dues and we'll figure out later who and how many are going on the trip. And that's all I got.
Okay, thanks. Peter, is there any reason, do we need to hold till 9 o'clock for the minor subdivision hearing? Or are we prepared? Do we have the people in the room we need to go?
Well,
Yes,
Peter thinks about the answer to that. I just have one more comment. It just occurred to me as we're wrapping this conversation up, just in the spirit of transparency. I think the cost of membership to Accelerate Colorado, if I remember correctly, is $8,000 per year.
I think it's 5.
It's 5.
It's 5. Okay.
Yeah, we've been budgeting a little more because we've been taking 2 commissioners almost every year, and there's an extra $3,500 for a second commissioner. So that's $8,500. I think that's where that came from.
Okay. I just know there's a lot of interest in our budget from all of us. And so whenever we're talking about decisions like that, love to.
Right.
So in answer to your question, for this, you do actually have to wait. I believe this is a hearing. I just have to look at it.
Not a hearing.
Oh, it's just consideration of approval of the reso. And I think, okay, yes, sorry. Feel free to take it. My mistake.
Okay, so why don't we start the action session at 9 o'clock? Consideration approval of resolution 23-01, a minor subdivision exemption case BX 2022 of course it would be 0001 for Smith on the Upper Bear Creek Road, and Adam Springer is going to lead us through this.
Yeah, it is a public hearing. I'll take probably like a couple minutes to set up if that's okay.
Advertise.
Just got a quick PowerPoint.
Adam,
it's an action
I don't
item.
know why it wasn't listed as a public hearing on the agenda.
Guys, it's a public hearing.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
Pete, you advertised it, and I think it's just title semantics, maybe. This is just the way we've listed them in the past, and we never wrote like public hearing at the beginning.
just action item.
It's an action item.
Well, that begs the question, do we need to wait till 9 o'clock regardless of how it's titled?
I would prefer to wait till 9 o'clock. If it's a public hearing and public comment is going to be taken, I believe we should wait till 9 since that's when we said it.
That'll give
Right,
me
we do
perfect
public
time.
And we do public comment at the hearing at the beginning, so.
Adam
So
needs time
it's
to,
8:53. I don't think there's time to do anything else between now and 9. Do you want to take a break, or does anyone else have anything else to discuss while Adam sets up?
Randy, you read pretty fast. We might be able to get through the consent agenda.
Okay. To the consent agenda as our 10 o'clock item. First of all, let me ask the question before I even read these. Is there anything that either one of the commissioners wish to pull out for consideration separately from consent?
I don't. I have one comment. I just noticed with pleasure that the submittal that the contract we're going to execute for the work on County Road 170 came in under what we had budgeted for.
Thank you so much.
And that's really awesome. I think that probably means our staff did a good job. It probably also means maybe we're starting to see the curve bend a little bit on this cost acceleration.
Yeah. That's going to be good for a lot more than the public sector too. Some predictability in the private sector, both running businesses and having them do work for you, would be good. As a builder, I can say that, for the last several years, I've been glad I wasn't in the building industry right now, still.
I'm good with the consent agenda.
Okay, I'll read it. George, did you have anything? Other than that comment? Okay, the consent agenda, number one, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number two, consideration of approval of the award of construction contract for PW 22-04 County Road 170 to RME Limited, LLC DBA, Elite Surface Infrastructure, ESI, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract. Item number three, consideration of approval of certification of the 2022 county road mileage for submittal to Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, for the 2023 Highway User Tax Fund, HUTF distribution, which is a standard item we do every year. Consideration of approval, number four, consideration approval of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Impact Assistant Grant application. Number five, consideration of approval of business loan fund project completion report by the county manager. So we said we don't have anything to pull out. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we've completed that item. We have 5 minutes. Is there anything else we can squeeze in?
I got 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, 3 minutes now. I looked a second ago. I suggest we take a 3-minute break.
Sounds good.
We'll be back at 9 o'clock.
Adam, can you give me a call? It's Peter. Just call me on my cell.
I can give you a cell.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk right now, Peter?
Here you go.
Can I use your phone?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
little behind. Gotta pull up PowerPoint.
Okay, George, are you out there? Sean?
Yep.
Okay, it's 10, it's, what time is it? It's 9 o'clock. We're back at our, we're back in regular session of the Board of County Commissioners. And our next item, our 9 o'clock item is, again, the consideration approval of resolution 23-01, a minor subdivision exemption case, BX 220001 for Smith on Upper Bear Creek Road, and Adam Springer is in place and I believe ready to lead us through this discussion.
Yeah, good to go. Good to go.
Mute yourself.
Sorry, I had it muted and then unmuted. Sorry about that. So yeah, all good to go. What I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, is just share my screen for a bit. I got a really brief PowerPoint, but I think it's helpful to kind of gain visualization. So if you want to just bear with me for a second, we'll go ahead and do that. All right. All right, everybody should see the PowerPoint up on your screen. Looks like we're good, so I'll go ahead and get started. So again, I'm just going to kind of hit on the high points of my staff report. If you have any questions while I'm kind of giving presentations, feel free to speak out, but I'm going to try to keep this to about 10 minutes or so we can kind of keep things moving. So it's a pretty straightforward proposal. We have an application for a minor subdivision request to subdivide a 17.3 acre parcel into 3 separate parcels. The location is Upper Bear Creek area and the zoning is MR1. MR1 is our most common residential type zoning. And the acreages are kind of spelled out there, but they're all above 5 acres. So the next slide I have is a location map that just kind of shows the location of the subject property. So again, Upper Bear Creek area, this is kind of the end of the Upper Bear Creek Valley that my cursor's kind of going over. So I think most everybody's kind of familiar with that area. And then as you get down here, you have where it splits off at Yankee Creek, Diamond Drive here. This is Circle K and kind of the whole Bendemeer area right there. Oops. Go back up. So you can kind of see the property, which is actually located up on the hill. There's already a residence located on the property. That's the 1460. So the owner's looking to subdivide the property to create an additional 2 vacant lots on the property. And the driveway access currently, you can kind of barely see it in the aerial, but it kind of comes up here right now, the existing, and goes right to that subject property. So next slide is of the minor subdivision plat. The draft that's in your packet. And again, it kind of shows how the lots are proposed to be subdivided. You can see a lot of different information on this plat. The lines represent the topography. There's also building envelopes that are on each parcel. So through subdivision requests, we usually create building envelopes, and those are created to essentially avoid land use issues, which are delineated in our Article 14 of our subdivision regulations. And so when I say land use issues, that usually means steep slopes, wetlands, geologic issues, floodplains, that type of thing. For this property, we're mainly dealing with steep slopes. So the building envelopes are kind of created in these kind of funky patterns just to avoid those steep slopes. They also need to be set back as well to conform with the zoning district, which is 30 foot on all sides of the property. So you can see that they do that. There is a little small portion of the 100-year floodplain in this area, but again, it's not within that building envelope area. So you can see the residents right here. And again, this is proposed lot 1, proposed lot 3 that are all going to be vacant. And then just to kind of also point out, here's the existing drive that goes up to the home currently. They will need to redo that existing drive in order to meet standards to create access to other parcels. So our site development regulations, which are part of the building department regulations, have different types of standards depending on, how many lots and access links up to. So if it's one lot, then it needs to meet a certain standard. Once you get to 2 or 3 lots, that standard changes and widths need to change. Approaches and grades sometimes need to change as well. So, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. So next slide, just kind of going over referrals. So any entitlement process, we send out referrals to adjacent property owners within 300 feet. And then we also send out to applicable referral agencies. Didn't have too much comment. These are all the agencies and property owners that did comment. I'll kind of go over some of these briefly, but nothing super substantial. We did have our typical response from Colorado Division of Water Resources, basically stating that they do have adequate legal water supply. With any of these exempt processes, and this minor subdivision falls into that exempt piece, they're exempt from the state definition of the term subdivision, so they can obtain exempt water rights with that exemption process. So that's household use only, 3rd acre foot. However, the owner does have additional water rights that they purchased at the time of purchasing the property. So they have additional water rights on top of an already, available exempt right. So there's no issues with the water rights that staff sees. Building department sent a response, no comment, no concern. Clear Creek County Site Development Department, Stoy Streepy, did send a comment in. And again, that's kind of related to the existing access that needs to be redone in order to meet current standards. The applicant has sent in engineering, part of their application that shows that they can meet driveway standards, not only for the proposed lots, but also for the existing driveway as well. It was a little bit of a point of contention, and applicant can talk about that a little bit more, but it is frustrating, definitely. And staff understands having to redo already some existing access that's already put in. The current lot is paved. However, we don't want to create lots that have substandard access. So planning staff and site development is always going to recommend that access be to standard. With that, it could always be in the applicant's purview to come back before you and request a deviation through the Public Works Department regulations. But that's up to them, and it would be up to you to hear that and go through that process. Other responses that we received, one from Emerge. Got a response from Dick Woods. The Emerge board members reviewed the case, and there was only one concern they had, and it was at the main intersection with Diamond Drive. I'll kind of zoom back up to that map. So they're concerned, it sounded like that there's just a lot of congestion, some sight and speed issues through this area, and they're just kind of concerned and would like some signage up there. Working with Stoy Streepy, currently there's no issues with distances for driveway access and whatnot. So staff isn't recommending any types of upgrades or signage with that, but they did want to kind of note that concern. And then lastly, I got a response from Vijay Kumar. No comments or concerns with the proposal. Did get a response from Richard Mancuso as well. And he had a kind of an issue with some worried about being able to see any type of home that's going to be on lot 3. So I've kind of come back to that plat map. So here's lot 3 with the building envelope. Richard Mancuso lives in the Diamond Park area. He's worried about that he'll be able to actually see a home from his lot, and he very well might be able to. It's tough for staff to tell, but staff would note that currently their building envelope is set back about 60 foot from the property line, which is twice the amount it needs to be set back for an MR1 zoning district. So staff feels like the building envelope does provide some additional setback and could potentially provide some additional screening, but there's no guarantee that he won't be able to see the home, and that's not part of the criteria for approval, but it is appreciated comment. So moving forward.
Adam, can you expand on that just a little bit? You said
Sure.
It's not part of the criteria for approval, meaning that even if we wanted to do something about that, we would not be able to, correct? We can't just sort of come up with standards on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think the attorney would always appreciate you guys making any decisions based on the criteria for approval. But yeah, currently, I mean, the main criteria is that they meet setbacks, and the setback would be 30 foot, and that they're free of any land use issues, and staff feels that they meet that requirement, so,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. Okay, moving forward, so minor subdivision criteria for approval, these are kind of the important things. This is what staff looks at, the planning commission looks at, and ultimately the board of county commissioners reviews to decide whether or not this request should be approved with conditions or denied. So any types of decisions or recommendations made, again, by staff or board of county commissioners are based on these criteria for approval for the minor subdivision, and all entitlement processes contain these. We call them either criteria or standards for approval. In this case, it's criteria for approval. And again, I'll kind of touch on all of these. Some of these are pretty straightforward and some of them are a little bit more in depth, but usually the subdivision criteria is a lot more cut and dry than say a rezoning process. So it's kind of like, oh, do they meet this? And it's more or less easy to kind of do a checklist with these. So I'll kind of go through these. First one, creates no more than 4 parcels. Again, that's related to our minor subdivision process, and they're proposing 3. So that's an easy one. They meet that. Can comply with plating conditions. That essentially means that any types of draft or final plating conditions that go on the plat, there should be no issues with them complying with. And there are a number of draft plating conditions that staff has worked with the applicant to be added to the plat. And then there's also an additional item too, I think some stipulations and conditions, and one draft condition that's in red on your reso that still would need to be added to the plat that staff is recommending. And we don't see any issues with them meeting those conditions. So they're pretty standard. Next one is can comply with zoning, building, fire, and health codes. Again, that kind of relates to other departments, sometimes outside departments. We did notify the fire chief, Evergreen Fire Chief, twice actually to try to gain a response from them, and never received a response. But we don't anticipate that there should be any issues with this proposal with them. Usually their concerns are related sometimes to the driveway piece, but again, if the driveway meets standards, they should be pretty good. Sometimes they require additional water or water tanks, but in this case, just haven't heard anything. And usually hearing nothing means they don't have any issues. So. Next one, complies with minimum lot size for any types of subdivisions for newly created lots that are not within centralized water and sanitation districts. The minimum lot size is 5 acres or more. So as you can see, they have 5 acre or more lot sizes for the resulting parcels. So they meet this standard. Comply with state and county sewage disposal regulations is the next standard. In their application, they provided a letter from an engineer that states they can site OWTS septic systems on each of those vacant lots, and should have no problem with that. Next one is provide documentation of adequate legal and water supply for all proposed parcels. Again, I've already chatted about this. They do have the legal water supply for these newly created parcels. We are adding a condition on there that they just redo their well permit for their existing property before recordation of any final documents if this is approved. And then the last one is a larger one, and it says comply with Article 14 design criteria. This is really related to those land use issues that I was talking about: floodplains, geologic hazards, siting, wetlands, that type of thing. It also has some components with infrastructure, really relates to the driveway piece. For minor subdivision pieces, most of it is just infrastructure and land use conditions. And kind of to summarize, we feel that it does meet all of these requirements in Article 14, and I've provided a lot of detail about that in the staff report. And then to move forward, so the Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval of this request in their meeting, which was actually, sorry, I've got it on September, but it was actually in December of 2022. And then staff also recommends approval of this minor subdivision request. We do have 2 resolutions for you to review, one for approval, one for denial, and happy to answer any questions. I know the applicant is in the audience, and that's Eric Smith, and he may have a few things to say as well. So thank you for your time, and I'll go ahead and exit the screen.
I think Peter, I know that we should take public comment at some point. Do you recommend letting the applicant speak first or allow public comment from others if there is any? And then allows the applicant to respond to those comments as well?
I would start with public comment would be my recommendation.
All right, thank you. So do we have any public comment either on screen or in the house?
Doesn't look like we have anybody here.
I'm
not
waiting
sure about-
a little on, I'm not seeing anybody on the Zoom.
And did I understand you, Adam, to say that there were a couple of, that there were two public comments, one in favor of approval, that in writing, one in favor of approval, a recommendation for approval, and another one not favoring that? Is that correct?
Yeah, it wasn't even so much as that. Yeah, one was kind of no conflicts or issues, and then the other one, who I did reach out to by phone, had that concern about being able to see the house on lot 3. And chatting with Mr. Mancuso on the phone, I don't think he so much had an objection to the proposal, but was just concerned about that. And after I kind of spoke with him about our viewpoint, he seemed to understand that. So I don't think he was adamantly in opposition to it. He just kind of had that concern, just to clarify that.
Okay, so we don't seem to see any public comment in the house or on screen. The applicants in the room, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to their project right now and make any comments they'd like to.
Yeah, where would you like him?
You can come right here.
Okay. Yeah, come on up there.
Okay. Want me to be on your?
Do you want him on the camera?
Yeah, you can go
Can I
ahead and
just-
sit if you want.
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. The only comment that I would have is for Mr. Mancuso, the lot number 3, they're showing a building envelope that is up adjacent to his property, which again meets that criteria 60 feet. But I'm going to actually define the building envelope further to the north. So I don't believe he'll even have anything that's going to be obstructing his view based on what I look at. So, I've been up there for 17 years and I want to get along with my neighbors. And I think that it won't even be a factor. So that was the only opposition. I have engaged with Stoy Story, and I understand that there's a possibility that the road criteria is going to change here as he kind of moves with adjacent zoning with, I think, Boulder County and Jefferson County. So I may re-engage on that. I do have ability to put the road in that's going to create quite a bit of displacement to trees and that sort of thing. So I will look forward to possibly engaging with him as we move forward in this project. But if I have to, I can do the road per the engineering that I had with Baseline to make that happen. And that's really all I have at this point for the board.
Okay, if you could just, and we may have questions for you, so if you want to remain in place, that's fine. So I do have 3 or 4 questions about things. They're just more informative than anything else. But I want to defer to the other commissioners first, George and Sean. Any questions?
I just have a couple of quick comments. First off, I would compliment our staff. 42-page report looks extremely complete and well thought through. I will maybe have a minor exception with a statement that you made that said that this would have no financial impact to the county. I would think actually it would have a maybe modest positive impact, right? We've talked about our housing shortage. We've talked about our tax base and, allowing for that formation of 2 more households inside the county, I think will be beneficial. And that's all I've got to say. Actually, I have one other thing to say. We've been here for 6 years and we have twice gone against the recommendation of the Planning Commission. And so in general, I think they do a fantastic job and I'm almost always inclined to follow their recommendation. And that's how I'm inclined today.
George.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the fiscal impacts, I would encourage us as an organization to really try to wrap our heads around that. I would love as a part of these land use processes to have an objective, thorough look at those impacts. I know I realize we're talking about two homes here, and so that's, it's like not a problem with this, but I agree with Adam's statement in the packet. We don't know enough to know what the fiscal impacts are right now, because we just really haven't gone through that exercise. And of course, residents demand services in addition to paying property taxes. So that aside, I think I have a question for the applicant and I have a question for Adam. Did I mishear you? This one's for the applicant. Can you explain a little bit more? I think you anticipate a potential change in driveway standards in Clear Creek County and intend to sort of try to construct that driveway under those standards? Or do you intend to apply for a deviation to those standards? Can you just say a little bit more about that? Because I think what I heard you say is that as it's currently laid out with the current driveway standards, you could get access, but it would be one of these, lots of road cuts, big retention wall kind of situations. Am I misunderstanding?
No, that's correct. I have natural gas that flows alongside my property. I have a paved driveway right now, and natural gas actually goes up adjacent to my paved driveway, and it serves lots off of Diamond Drive. So there's going to be quite a bit of work required to make that happen. I'm more than willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that the driveway meets the county standards. My point is, talking to Mr. Stoy, I believe he said that there's a possibility that they're going to make the zoning requirements change. They could possibly change, and I will meet the requirements despite whatever happens to that. If they don't change, then I can make it work. I've got the engineering to do that. It's just going to require a lot of road cut and impact on the trees and that sort of thing.
Adam, can you share any insights from the conversation on the Planning Commission about this specific topic? Because I have just a little bit of pause about approving a subdivision that involves a driveway that might not, that will have either have to have a deviation or have sort of dramatic, impacts.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess there's two parts maybe to that question. Yeah, I don't think the Planning Commission spoke too much about that particular topic. I think most of their questions were clarifying questions. The main thing that they kind of asked, can you notify the fire authority? Again, they didn't include that in their reso, but that was kind of the main piece. With that, yeah, I mean, that's kind of all, the subdivisions we look at. We live in a interesting place where we have challenging topography. And again, I'm not sure, what it would look like. Maybe Stoy gave you some more insight on, we do have those driveway designs in your application, but there's going to be more impact to that land area to be able to meet standards. And I think that is why Stoy, and I can kind of jump on his comment. Stoy has notified me, and he's looking into his regulations to see if, it would be a good idea to kind of revise those to maybe grant some leniency in those areas, for whatever reason, whether that's less disturbance or it just seems more appropriate in certain circumstances. So yeah, there could be, and of course you'll see those regulations before you to review those, but yeah, there could be some revisions to Stoy's regulations that could allow some leniency in our current driveway standards. But he does have a couple of options, and we did discuss those at great length. I know Stoy came out to your site probably a couple of times, and I was out there to try to talk about that and the options. We kind of talked about is you can move forward and show that you can meet standards, or you can potentially request a deviation. May have some challenges getting recommendations of approval from staff, but he can still request that. Or he could potentially wait and see if, the regulations may change a little bit in his favor and kind of move forward with that. So those were kind of the three things we talked about. So hopefully that that helps answer that question.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And just to explain for everybody where I'm coming from, we have driveway deviations come to us where we're in kind of a tough spot because there's a use by right. And our choice is a driveway that has, big retaining walls, big ecological and view shed impacts, or a driveway that maybe has access problems, right? That's a little bit less safe than we'd like. And so I kind of see that's the reason I wanted to think through that, but I will note that staff is comfortable and staff is recommending approval of this. And so I don't think that's enough for me to deny this application. But so thank you for that. The other thing that I wanted to speak to is there a way as if we are to approve this, and I'm in support of it, to give the fire chief an opportunity to have comments? Like, can we make this subject to approval by the fire chief or something like that? I know that, we're all busy and I don't know why the comments didn't get in. I think it's really important that the fire chief have a voice here.
Yeah, I guess my comment, I don't know if you'd want my comment, but yeah, their regulations will apply no matter if it's in the condition or not. But if Peter feels comfortable legally, I'm happy if we want to add some type of condition that says, must meet, any fire authority regulations that need to be set forth on that. I mean, it's just kind of a highlight at that point, but.
Just incorporate that in any motion to approve that that will be added, subject to staff completing at the direction of the board.
Yeah. Peter, do you think that's necessary? Adam stated that even, going through building permits, he'll have to comply with what the fire department wants anyway. Because if it's not necessary, then we don't need to add it.
I don't believe it's legally necessary.
Okay.
But it's still, if you want to include it, you certainly can, but it's not legally necessary.
I think it sets a little bit of a maybe unwanted precedence that we extend the deadline for comment for different people under different conditions.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Okay. I think that I'm not going to advocate for a change to that. And that's the balance of my questions. Unless Randy has, something that's very persuasive here, I think I'm probably going to be in support of this.
I had one quick thing. Sorry, Randy, just to wrap up the conversations that I had before and you, George. I don't disagree with you at all. The fiscal impact, it could be negative. I like I said, based on everything that I suspect, I don't think that's going to happen. But the statement that's in the packet says fiscal impact. There is no fiscal impact to the county associated with the board's consideration of this approval. There will certainly be a financial impact, right? It's not going to come in exactly at zero, no matter what it does. And I do think in another setting, I would welcome a robust conversation about this, because I think it's really important to help us inform, reasonable conversations about creating more housing stock and solving our housing problem in the county.
Thank you for that correction.
And just to, are the two of you, are those your comments up till now? Unless, of course, I say something that either stimulates you or persuades you to think otherwise, which I'm doubting is, well, I know that's not going to happen, because generally, let me just start out by saying that I like everything I've seen here, both from the staff and the applicant, in terms of their thoroughness of looking at this. I've been a builder of places similar to the same area for a long time, and people come in with ideas that are sometimes half-baked and sometimes well-developed and thought out, and I appreciate the level of professionalism that's been shown here and thoughtfulness. I guess so I had just three or four notes I wrote down as I went through it, as I thought about some of my overall philosophies that are developed during that time doing that stuff. One of them is that with regard to the home being able to be seen, having been in that area, I'm aware that other homes in the area are able to be seen as well. But generally it's done in a manner that they try to be as unobtrusive as possible. So the fact that it can be seen is in itself, change, which is sometimes hard to take for people who are already there, but also not part of our criteria, as Adam pointed out. Generally speaking, my philosophy has developed over time that with regard to cost, my general biased opinion is that when we expand the level of our services, or create a significantly greater amount of impact to our roads and or requirement for emergency services, especially, or our other infrastructure, that when we expand that in remote locations in large lot development, that's usually not cost effective, as is well exemplified by the work we've done in the last few years, just trying to correlate our road and bridge mill levy to the cost of service and its ability to fund that. And our other property taxes, we found that we've generally been in a negative. So I appreciate Sean's comment that this could turn out to be negative in the long run. In this case, I'd say it's an area that's already well-known and developed. It's already in the WUI, the wildlife and urban wildland urban interface, which is a fire issue among other things, and a wildlife issue. So because it's already there, I don't think it increases and impacts that. One could argue that what tree removal will be done is effectively a form of mitigation being done at this time. As far as the general cost to benefit, I think it doesn't feel like this is something that's likely to increase the requirement for road service, increase the requirement for emergency services, other than in the way that generally adding another human to the planet does that, that as well. So it doesn't really, I think this is a more appropriate application for outlying development. So that's my thought there. With regard to the fire standards, what George brings up is an absolutely excellent idea, although I think inapplicable in this. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to add it as a condition, because it's a precedent. Not so much, I don't think it's a bad precedent to set that we should be doing that, having the fire look at it and make sure they comment. I know I believe that's a requirement in Jeffco. It's usually used, it's especially brought in when there is a necessity to ask for a deviation from engineering standards. The way Jeffco handles it, and this doesn't have to be the way we would try to incorporate a similar thought to what George talks about, would be to, is when someone sees a practical difficulty with an existing engineering standard when followed by the book, and sees it's actually safer to allow a deviation and bring, and more expensive at the same time. The way Jeffco handles it is to let the fire marshal go up, take a look at the driveway and the property and see if they concur with the owner or not. And if the fire marshal comes up and looks at the driveway and says, this is actually safer left the way it is than trying to meet that engineering standard, then Jeffco Engineering just offers virtually an automatic deviation for that purpose, because safety is better served by the design that's been proposed. And then the last thing I'll say is my understanding, I think, and so generally in this case, adding it as a condition, I think, is that thing of treating someone differently and adding requirements that we don't have in place now. But I think it's a requirement that we should make, that in the future, I agree with the idea of adding that to our approval process in some manner that's more robust, so that we make sure, especially in an age of increasing wildfire danger, that we consider real seriously and make sure that we've got that comment back. And that's pretty much all I got to say, other than I really appreciate the idea that I think we can only make a decision based on current road standards. And but I appreciate the fact that the owner is offering to monitor that and make sure that he appears to want to work and think about whatever those standards evolve into, and make sure that he's designing and developing to a future standard, with our staff as well as it evolves. Because, when you get a building permit, that building permit is based on a snapshot in time of existing regulations. And if the regulations change afterward, the norm for people that are doing development is to say, I don't have to do that because the code that's attached to this building permit, that snapshot in time of the code, doesn't require it. To hear someone say that I realize the code may be changing, and even if I received all of my approvals prior to that changing, I'm still going to try to work with the staff to meet the new standards. Also to hear that that this plat may slightly change with regard to the building envelope or its applicability in response to one of his neighbor's comments is also pretty refreshing, as well, as rather than taking the advantage to go by the letter of the law and do whatever one can. And so I just want to compliment the applicant for carrying that spirit. And that's all I got. We've done public comment. We've had discussion. Peter, is there anything to do except ask for a motion?
That is it. Adam, is there anything else that you need?
I got no other comments, but thank you.
Well, do we have a motion?
Move we approve resolution 23-01.
Second.
We've had our discussion already. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a great day.
You as well. Best of luck.
So the next item we have is a 10 o'clock local liquor licensing authority, which I think should take place on the dot, shouldn't it, Peter?
Yes,
Ken?
because it's noticed for 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I got an email from the Alfry group for Adam and y'all that March 14th does work for the site visit. So I didn't know if you guys wanted to talk about a time, or Peter, I don't know if you want to bring up any details right now or just know that that date works.
I think we can do that offline, Beth, because we also need to coordinate with the representatives from the Homeowners Association in Floyd Hill that asked that the board also tour their area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I guess we'll handle that by email once we find out that they're also available for that purpose at that time. Do we have, I'm looking forward into the agenda a little bit. We have a second reading of ordinance 16. I'm guessing that should happen on time. Work session to discuss continuity of the contract with Iconergy. Or if we have an executive session,
You could just use that.
Peter, do we have an executive session today?
We do have one executive session, so we can certainly do that. We could, I mean, I don't know if anybody else is ready on the other, on Iconergy or any of the other things, but that's up to Brian. He may know because he's in the room. But otherwise, executive session is fine.
Can we, in 22 minutes or 21 or whatever, by the time we get your link, 20 minutes, can we pretty well cover it, you think?
I think so.
Okay, I move that that we go into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to CRS section 30-11-1075 and collection of the county's lodging tax. And I will send the link in a moment.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. And we'll look for a link from you, Peter.
Yep.
And folks, so we'll be back by 10 o'clock or shortly thereafter, depending on the executive session. I see George's face. Just waiting for Sean. I will say we have concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. And so the next item on the list is the 10 o'clock local liquor licensing authority. Consideration of approval of special event liquor permit for Mill Creek Valley Historical Society, Nanette. I see you back in the chair.
I am. Good morning again. This time we have the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society's application to run their Mardi Gras event scheduled for February 18th. With me is Chris Miller and two other folks that I apologize, I don't know their names.
Debbie Novotny, Ellen Baird.
Okay, to assist in the presentation of their application. It's been a few years since they've held this event, but all the departments are recommending approval, and we have not had any problems with the way the event has run in the past.
Okay. Is there intent to give us a presentation, or are we, if we proceed through this procedure, if we proceed in the meeting, and it's unnecessary, is there intent to simply observe?
We don't have,
Come up to the table, please.
we tried to bribe you, but all your employees here got your goodies, so sorry. They're wearing your beads, so, okay. So I don't know what presentation we need.
Ma'am, can you come up to the table if you're gonna?
Oh,
Chris, you
up
want to
the
come on
table?
up?
Oh, sorry. Up here?
Yep, right here. Come and have some.
Oh, sit. Yep.
And
Hi.
Go
Just a
ahead.
reminder to the chair that we do want to take public comment.
Right.
Maybe none, but
Understood.
Okay. So yes, we haven't had this event for quite a while, but I think we're all set up for it. We got everybody, inspected and everything. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a fun time. Randy's been there before. I don't know if George and Uchi have been there, but they better show up this year. So I don't know what you guys need to know from us, but it's one of our fundraisers. Unfortunately, we haven't done it because of COVID and since Ann passed away. So that was her kind of baby. So we hope that we can continue with this.
Well,
We
thank
have-
you.
This
Go
is
ahead.
Sean. Am I invited too?
No. Hi, Sean.
Oh,
Yeah, yes, you are.
looks like we could have a split vote here.
So it's going to be a cash bar. So, and we have all of our signs up. So hopefully nobody will fall off the stage.
Well, I think the next order of things is just simply before we engage any further discussion is to ask for public comment if we have anyone else in the room or online.
Not seeing anybody online.
And no one else in the room?
That would be our people.
Do we have any questions for the applicant from the other two commissioners?
No.
I don't have any questions. Just to comment that I've attended these and I have found them to be a lot of fun and very well controlled, and that the alcohol provisions were responsibly done.
Right, same.
So Rick's going to be there. So, hey, that Mr. Albers person. So Sean,
More the
you're
merrier.
invited.
The more the merrier. Okay, with no, I don't think there's anything left to do except ask for a motion here.
That's correct.
Sorry, go ahead, George. I shredded that page of my agenda already.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay, I found it. Move we approve the special event liquor permit for Mill Creek Valley Historical Society.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you again. Thanks, guys.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, we're only 4 minutes late right now, is a second reading of ordinance number 16, an ordinance providing for the banning of open fires by the Board of County Commissioners. Peter.
So this is second reading. As it indicated, there were no changes to the ordinance between first reading and second reading. Just as a recap, this ordinance is simply to rescind ordinance number 8 and reinstate it. For the most part, the only change is that the penalties are different pursuant to a legislative change that requires that only civil penalties may apply to this type of violation and that criminal penalties do not apply to this type of violation. And just to give the board a preview, at the next meeting, I will be bringing a resolution that rescinds a prior resolution that gave the sheriff the authority to declare the fire ban only because the ordinance gives that authority as well. And it created a confusion. We just discovered it as we were going through looking at the various authorities. There's no change. The sheriff still has that authority as well. I just want to let you know it's more of a cleanup item that we'll be doing. It just didn't make it to the agenda this time around. But this ordinance, as I indicated, is second reading. We do have to read the title again into the ordinance when a motion is made to approve it. And then there are certain things that the board has to do, including direct that the title be republished in the paper of circulation as passed.
Okay. Any questions or discussion from the commissioners?
Not from me.
Okay, nor from me. So do I have a motion, please?
I move we approve. Actually, how do we do this, Peter? I mean, it's a second reading. What would the motion look like?
So I'll give you some language. I don't have access to my system for some reason right now, but I'm able to pull up the agenda webpage and everything.
I got the agenda open if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm looking here for what we're going to be looking for. The only motion will be that you approve the passage of ordinance number 16 as amended, or ordinance number 16, and that the title, only the title, will be published in the official paper of the county at the next available date.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are now 3 minutes ahead of schedule. We can take a 3-minute break, or actually, I'd like a 3-minute break.
Okay.
So see you at 10:15.
That's Tara. See Tara, Natan.
I see George.
Yeah.
Beth, do we have, I'm just waiting for Sean. Beth, do we have everybody else in the room that we need?
We're just waiting on Doug and Grant, but I'm not seeing them in the attendees, but I crossed over Sarah, Natan, and Lee.
Sure.
Doug is traveling. He said he might be a few minutes late.
Okay.
So if we're waiting on
Should
that,
we-
we can get started with Adam when we're ready.
Okay, that was my question. Next question. All right, we're back in session for our, in BOCC for our 10:15 work session to discuss continuity of the contract with Iconergy. Beth, why don't we let you take it away to begin?
Actually, let me make one comment and I'll turn it back over to Beth. So I had met with each of you individually and discussed the fact that we were reaching the end of the Iconergy contract. We had given an overview of their work. Had some kind of a sense that there might be a desire by the board to continue the contract. So when I met with each of you, I brought that up, brought some alternatives, I guess, for how we might be able to continue our work in partnership with Iconergy. Didn't seem to get any traction on any of those ideas. So that's when we let them know that we were going to be not renewing that contract. And then I got questions after the fact with respect to, I didn't realize we were not going to renew that contract. So we're back in front of you at a work session just to have a conversation about the work that Iconergy's done to date. How we might continue that relationship if that's a desire of the board moving forward. So with that, that's my brief open and I'm going to turn it over to Beth.
Okay, thanks. As you all might remember, Iconergy has been a partner for Clear Creek for about 7 years, helping us with energy management and sustainability projects. We started with the energy performance contract, which was a $2.6 million project in 2016, and it evolved and eventually included the court swing remodel. Part of that process of an energy performance contract includes 3 years of measurement and verification per the Colorado Energy Office. And we did complete these 3 years of measurement and verification. And part of what that means is Iconergy must prove in that 3 years that they will save us the money that they said they would when we wrote the grant to DOLA and the Energy Office. During this 3-year period of measurement, Iconergy assisted us with other big capital upgrades, some of which we received no response to RFPs for. Those included things like major electrical upgrades to the courthouse, the fuel station roof at the transfer station, and simultaneously they bid on projects for us at the county, which included the coroner's office remodel project at Station 1A, and then most recently the animal shelter HVAC replacement project. Since the measurement and verification period of 3 years ended, we remained under contract with Iconergy. It's an annual contract. It costs around $16,000 to $18,000 a year. And for this amount, we receive biweekly meetings, owner representative services on many county capital projects to ensure energy efficiency and sustainability. Our annual contract for 22 ended at the end of last year, and the county determined not to continue for 23 given budget constraints. The commissioners, upon learning of this cancellation, asked to further discuss the contract as a board. With the unfinished resolution of the animal shelter HVAC system, there is a DOLA grant to combine HVAC replacement with a solar PV addition and apply for a renew grant, which is a renewable energy program, which actually allows a 25% match instead of a 50-50 match. If we are successful, we could pay less than $200,000 for the shelter project and add energy savings via the solar addition. Staff believes there's a valuable benefit to remaining under contract with Iconergy, whether it's energy management, reduction of county carbon footprint to set an example for our community, or possibly even a sustainability consultant on county capital projects. Iconergy has been exceptional in providing technical data and statistics for the county grant applications. While Clear Creek has employed a grants coordinator position, Iconergy offers a different piece with their technical background, knowledge of federal and state priorities, and an outside professional expert opinion for in-person grant application presentations. One success last year was Iconergy's recommendation that the county apply for the state RREO grant, which provided the county an offset at the transfer station of some $8,000. With the priority of the commissioners that you have placed on energy conservation and climate change issues, staff believes Iconergy is an excellent guide and partner to bring the county many successes and setting the example for residents and businesses in the Clear Creek community. I'd like to offer if Iconergy would like to make any comments or if the board has any questions. Thank you.
I think I have one fundamental question. Comparing the 18,000 to the 2.6 million, it almost seems like what we're talking about is almost like a retainer arrangement. I'm wondering if we decide whether to keep this contract or not to. It seems like Iconergy would still be available to respond to our project-based needs. So I would appreciate a little clarity on that.
I think that was, I think if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in, even though I'm not staff responding. One thing that occurred to me was that we have other consultants who we have on call on an as-needed basis. And Peter could speak to this well. And what we run into is every once in a while, if, instead of creating a contract every time somebody has an idea and there's a little job to do, by having a contract that's a consulting contract, with like it's on an hourly or however the expenditures are to be worked out with a, we'll call it a guaranteed maximum until changed, until the contract is changed or amended. If something comes up, an opportunity comes up that makes that worthwhile. We have that with other consultants as well. And I think there's been an advantage to have a standing contract with some of those other consultants so that we have something to pay them off of with regard to their invoices and stuff. But I'll just stop there. I had some other comments, but I just wanted to stop there because that was the thought that I had in my head too, about how is there a need to have a standing contract and how that might work like some others we've had.
Thanks, Randy. I agree with that. And I guess my question phrased even simpler would be, what do we get for the 18,000?
Sure. So Commissioner Wood, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm out in the field, so I don't normally do these things from my car, but thanks for your patience. So what we've done each year is we've had basically, you're right, a retainer type contract that was an extension of that $2.6 million engagement. And every year we've worked with staff to make sure that we know what the county's objectives are for the future year. And we put that forward and we make sure that we can fit that within whatever the retainer structure is. So that's how we've been working for a while, I think for about 3 years now. The first 3 years were under the state's requirements for measurement verification, but the last 3 years have really been a voluntary effort at the county level. Broadly speaking, at first it was to help the county bridge some staffing transitions that they had within their facilities group, and then also to complete some training and retraining, partially due to those staffing transitions, as well as picking up miscellaneous projects, as Commissioner Wheelock was talking about. And then this year, my colleague Natan can probably do a better job of rattling off what we had put on the docket for this year, because I think your question still stands. What does the county get for 18,000? So Natan, do you have that list that we put together at the end of last year for what we were going to work on this year? And just before he reads it, just for the commissioners, it is a flexible list. If something more high priority comes up, whether it's grant funding, a capital project, some unforeseen circumstance, we've always worked with the county to try to make sure we balance things. And if something needs to get pushed out, we push it out. But every year also, we've kind of put in some, frankly, just some extra time on our side because we want to make sure the county gets good value out of it. We've never had any kind of extra money left over. We do have some clients that provide us with a retainer contract where we're looking down at the end of the fiscal year and we haven't used all the funds. That's never been the case with the county. You guys have a lot of ambitions, and that's great. And so, Natan, if you can kind of read off a couple of the highlights from what we had thought we were going to tackle this year. Before you read it, though, I guess one last thing. Brian had mentioned in our meeting with them last week that perhaps an ongoing engagement around water rates with the town of Georgetown, which has been something we've assisted the county on in the past, is something that we could continue with. And I don't know if that was going to appear in Natan's list. So I just wanted to throw that out, that was something that was mentioned last week, is we could assist the county to get a fairer deal in what it pays for water with the town of Georgetown.
Yes, that is one of the potential things on the list. The other major ones are continuing and expanding our services for monitoring and analysis of the county's energy and building data through the analytics platform that I believe we showed at a previous meeting, which is called SkySpark. And that includes, the courthouse building automation systems, the solar PV systems, as well as the existing EV chargers you have. So there would be continued monitoring and services for that, which includes making sure, everything is working correctly and finding, any additional opportunities for savings on that. It would also include expanding the potential for expanding that to the Idaho Springs Clinic and the building automation system there. So we could provide those services there as well. Beyond that, also included support for implementation of other new projects that the county had asked us to investigate in the past, including adding additional solar PV at the county buildings, the dark sky lighting retrofits, additional EV charging installations, EV chargers, public chargers, the county's fleet vehicle electrification, as well as sort of general just ad hoc support for any energy or construction engineering related support for things, questions that have come up in the past towards the end of our contract this year, like investigating the impacts of the 4-day work week that the county is going to, other potential measures, scheduling of equipment and stuff like that, other opportunities for the county to, reduce their utility bills as they come up. And like Doug said, the scope of work there is flexible. It's not, if there's something new that the county comes up that we can look into, we're happy to add that to the list or switch that out for something else.
Great, thanks. We have other comments from Iconergy before I ask George and Sean way back in.
Just one other thing, if I could, Commissioner, which is last year, an example of something that came up was the state passed a benchmarking law for energy performance for all buildings over a certain size. No one knew that was coming a couple years ago when we engaged the county in these types of services, but that's an example of something that came up. We were able to handle it within the confines of our ongoing engagement with the county. So there are small things like that. I think also, Beth, in our last meeting with Brian, you mentioned the EV chargers that the county had set up through CDOT resulted in the county receiving a $5,000 bill from Xcel Energy to support those chargers, which was not appropriate. And so we had to get involved with Xcel and kind of get that ramped down and get it into something that made sense and get you guys on the right charging schedule, and also look at optimizing how much you charge folks who do plug in for electric vehicles. So getting rid of things like that and making sure that y'all are on the right side of the stick is also part of our charge in this engagement.
And just kind of continuing with Sean's line of questioning, just like a very specific one is, if we sign this contract, then we get the support for the grant application related to Charlie's Place that was mentioned by Beth.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, anything else right off?
Yeah. First off, and I should have said this before, I very much appreciate all the good work and the partnership that we've had over the years. And, we're in a little bit of a different environment now with our lines crossing over recently and us having a 7-figure deficit in our budget in 2023. So, nothing is really escaping our scrutiny these days. I kind of look at this 2 different ways. One way is, why don't we just do this like we kind of do everything else, which is when we have a need, we ask for it and then we pay for it. Because this in some ways is kind of putting the onus on us to make sure that we're asking for enough stuff to make sure we're getting good value for the taxpayers' money. And maybe that's just because I'm ignorant of exactly all the stuff that you plan on doing this year for the $18,000. So like I said, I really appreciate the partnership, and I know that you guys have done a wonderful job, and I would like to keep that partnership going. I'm just wondering out loud, what's the best way and the most financially responsible way for Clear Creek to do that?
Yeah, so Commissioner Wood, if I could respond to that, I have an idea as well. we totally get the financial position the county has been in. This has been known to us since day one. And as I expressed to Brian last week, no matter what happens, we appreciate all the work that we've been able to do with you. So we understand that hard decisions have to be made. And I don't envy the decisions you guys have to make on lots of different things regarding all the budget stress. But if I could help in one way on this contract, we don't typically offer this, but we've been a partner with the county for a long time. We would do this in the way that Commissioner Wheelock suggested. Normally we just have a fixed amount because there's been a lot of stuff that we knew we were going to do every year. We can just make that a guaranteed max on the contract and then just bill hourly as we go in whatever way the county chooses to engage us, and take a more passive approach at Iconergy and let the county drive a little bit more in terms of how and when it wants to engage us. If you guys use the whole contract amount, great. If you don't, wonderful. That's fine. We'd be happy to engage in that type of contract. That's not how it's been set up historically, but that might alleviate some of the concerns you raised, Commissioner Wood.
Yeah, and I see Brian's making notes maybe about this topic, maybe something else, but I just wanted to ask you, Brian, do you have a comment about what Mr. Hargrave just said?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a great way to, to continue the engagement on a more, I guess it'd be more of a project base, right? When we think there's a need there and we need some assistance with respect to the expertise that they bring. I think it's a good idea to do it that way. It allows us to keep them engaged, yet on a more project by project basis.
Yeah, because something that George brought up to me is a no-brainer. I mean, we know that we have a deferred maintenance issue at Charlie's Place, and I love the idea of leveraging dollars and turning a modest amount into a significant amount. So, yeah, I'm in support of it. Again, I just, trying to figure out the best way that is acceptable and beneficial for all parties.
Sure.
I think, well, go ahead. I want to make sure you guys are finished. I'm buckling back into the chair seat now, and it's taken me a meeting or two to remember to do that, to remember how to do that best and most courteously. So George, Sean, anything else before I've got a short list I want to get through, but I'm going to wait.
Okay. I think going by the second method that you just mentioned, Doug, might be the right fit for us right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as I look through this list of the potential projects as a member of this board, I think that could give this board an opportunity to really kind of engage and prioritize which projects we want to go after. So I think I like that too. And just another couple of comments. I heard you say a more fair deal with Georgetown. I think I would add to that maybe a deal that provides us with an incentive to conserve water.
Correct.
Would be great.
And if I could just add one thing there, Commissioner Marlin, this came up in 2016 when we helped the county get its original DOLA grant. Brian heard me say this last week. The state pulled back on about $400,000 worth of grant funds because you guys do not have metered water at the courthouse. And so, you don't have a pay for use agreement with the town of Georgetown. You do have metered water, but it's not pay for use in terms of how you're billed. So there's a financial upside for the county beyond just operating costs. There could be a cash infusion as well. We'd be happy to spearhead getting that grant opportunity back for you guys, as well as supporting you in your negotiations with the town.
And I don't know if this work session is intended for us to build. I know it's not intended for us to build that list, but I would be interested in adding conversations with Georgetown to what we're asking you to do this year. Mm-hmm. And then I also want to know another thing that seems really important related to your work and your expertise is I think there's a huge need for us to be aggressive in expanding our EV capacity. And I know I'm not alone in that. We all acknowledge our economic futures are tied to people getting off the highway. And when people are driving more electric cars, we need those chargers here. And so I wanted to just make that point, that I think that that's another thing that is an acute need. And then there's another one that I don't know if this fits your expertise or not. And this is when I think about how limited our dollars are and what our steps are with respect to trying to wrap our heads around climate change as a government. There other local governments have gone through a process of modeling what their local impacts from climate change will be. And that helps them build those impacts into their capital plans. It helps them plot an economic future that can be sustainable, right? And I know in Clear Creek, we're very vulnerable because we rely on snowfall for both seasons recreation. Snowfall and you know, all of the snowpack, right? And all of the factors involved in that. So I don't know if that one, I know there are consultants out there that for about half the price of this contract can run us through that process. And I wonder, is that a service you offer? Or how would you integrate with a process like that?
Yeah, we've done that. When it comes to respect to buildings and facilities, that can be done on a more broad-based level that is frankly outside of our expertise, where if we were engaged, we would bring in a consultant to do it. But we've had some of our clients engage us around what happens if the temperature goes up by 5 degrees. Is our building going to be okay? Are we equipped for resilience around our buildings if there's a natural disaster? And near neck of the woods, I would obviously be more around fire, potentially an avalanche. We've looked at those types of scenarios as they apply to a facility. But thinking more broad-based, there's all types of ways you can take that set of concerns into much more broad-based evaluation. Most of those are outside of our expertise. And so we would need to bring on a consultant if we were the lead, or frankly, maybe we would be the county's facility consultants into somebody else who's looking more broadly at those issues. That might be the other way to turn it around, depending on how the county wanted to set the scope.
Okay, that makes sense. And this is just me trying to figure out how to spend very limited dollars in a way to, you know, really, and I think that might be our most urgent need with respect to climate work, aside from these other three opportunities that I mentioned. So, and I think that's kind of the balance of my comments. I'm in support of moving forward with this contract this year, and really look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to just, I got a few things here I just want to say, and I do want to just make one, I have to do this at home with family and everything too, is sometimes we have conversations and later on there's, you know, what you said and what the other person heard and what they said and what you heard. I thought I heard Brian say that he didn't get any traction with the commissioners on wanting to continue the contract. The bulk of this conversation, most of the things, or in general, the points we've made in this conversation were things that I talked about with Brian that I thought that I was wanting to find a way to continue our relationship with Iconergy, and was concerned that a lack of willingness to sign a contract would send a subliminal message that either our priorities were not continuing as strongly in this area, or that our evaluation of their work to date has outlived its usefulness to us. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that neither of those were true. That I was hopeful that we'd have this conversation would lead to a productive outcome and a continuing relationship. I mentioned the on-call contracts that we have with other consultants, and I think that we're landing in exactly the place that I was hoping we would when I had that conversation, which is, while we might not have the multiple large projects that justified the larger contract that we had in the past, the opportunity in the door is open, both as an incentive for Iconergy to be able to help us if we can find good ways to get good bang for the buck and receive a return on our investment in the future that is that makes our relationship and those payments and change orders to that guaranteed maximum on that contract, whatever it is. That's the way it works in the construction business. You write a contract for a certain amount of money when you don't know what the full scope of work is likely to evolve to, and you change that contract if you see benefit to change. If both parties see benefit to that going forward. And the base contract, though, allows us to get in there and find those opportunities. I'd like to say that Iconergy has performed very well to date. I'm going to say some stuff that sounds like I'm starting to get my own resume at first, but it's only to state that the expertise is incredibly important that we have available to us and incentivized to respond to us and answer that phone call when they see our name on their phone screen. And I like having that out there. I've learned to do life cycle analysis on both passive and active energy measures in the past, and actually practiced it in the field, and done a lot of work in this area, both educationally and experientially, and a little bit professionally. And yet when I've gone to do a presentation, for example, on the work that we did in Clear Creek County, where we won awards for those projects that Iconergy led us to, it became very clear to me while sitting on the panel discussion that I didn't know S. And just because you got to do it all the time and stay engaged in the field, and you got to learn more than I had learned before to be able to do that. And I appreciate the conversations that we've had with Iconergy, where it's become clear to me that their benefit is great, despite the knowledge I thought I had. And it's also become clear through those conversations that their heart's in the work that they do, that they're doing this stuff because they like doing it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it so creatively and energetically with us as they have to date. The one criticism I did have, and I expressed it at the last meeting, and I'm glad if it helped lead to this conversation, is that my recollection of the list of goals for this next year was more on the, I'll say, I like to get stuff done. In other words, have actual energy outcomes, climate outcomes, emissions outcomes, and things like that. And most of what I remembered from the bullet points that I saw that day, what I took away from it was, we'll keep monitoring this, we'll keep looking at this, we'll keep doing that. And there were no suggestions of creative suggestions that I saw of things to us about an action we could take that would have a return on investment, both for the environment and for our community and our finances. And now, as I look at this, I see it fairly evenly balanced as it was described to me today. I still see monitoring at the county, monitoring at the clinic, and those things. And those are good things that we can choose to do. But I also saw Georgetown Water looking into more solar PV, dark sky measures that I know has been something we've all talked about at different times, all three commissioners at different times. Optimizing our charging system to get the best out of it, both financially and from an energy standpoint, and also helping us navigate state law implementation and its intent. Those all look good. And so I'm glad that there's some things that are on the list now that give us a little bit to do with this guaranteed maximum, to bring us ideas, however we use that money, bring us ideas for action that will actually continue to improve, to do things, the kind of things that allowed us to win awards a few years ago, not for the purpose of winning awards, but for the purpose of accomplishing things that reach that level. And so that said, I agree with something George really said. For me, it's also, climate. And obviously, though, it's got to be stuff we can afford to get done, and it's got to have a return on investment. We need a payback that's verifiable, that's predictable, first of all, that it's a justifiable thing to embark on, and secondly, verifiable afterwards, that we accomplish what we set out to do, both financially and from a climate and energy standpoint. And so I support very enthusiastically moving forward this, so that both we are incentivized to remember that we've got it on the line and we should be thinking of things to put on the list, and so that you are incentivized to answer the phone if you see Brian's or George's or Sean's or my name or Beth's name pop up on your phone screen. You're more likely to hit, answer and talk about it. So I think it's a good idea to incentivize this, rather than, I think if we don't have this out there as a marker, we're less likely to get around to it, even if we're interested into it, because we're all busy with other stuff to do. And so anyway, I'm continuing with some kind of contract that helps us get there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say, I think those are great comments. And in fact, if the county moves forward with us, perhaps that's the first thing we should do, is to look at how can we monetarily set out some targets to help the county save money. First cost, operating costs. Again, the grants are another option. And then also, what kind of reductions can we make within those operating costs on, utility expenditures, greenhouse gases, water, whatever, and just kind of reframe that a little bit, because we have drifted to, that's how our relationship started with the county. And you're 100% correct. We have drifted away from some of those quantifiable goals the last few years. Maybe we can reframe this year and take that opportunity to see how much further down can we drill things.
Yeah, and that's what and George's comment was great. When we talk about Georgetown Water, let's just not think about contract and dollars. Let's think about, the whole circle, which is obviously that is accomplished also through reduction of water use so that, they get to pay a lower bill and we get to have a higher return on investment for our relationship with them. And in the process, we save water, that all those things happen. And same's true with energy and emissions and all, and dollars there too. So.
Thank you.
Does staff have direction from that?
I'm hearing a desire to continue our relationship with Iconergy, so we will work on this new contract concept and contract idea. And I think what we'll do is we'll come back in a future work session to give you an opportunity to provide some thoughts and comments on potential projects that might be included within that contract. So, yeah. Beth, anything?
No, that sounds like a good idea. I was hoping, Peter, you have everything you need to do some magic language and rewriting the contract.
Well, we'll work with Iconergy on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just one comment. I hear you say a future work session might be in order. Given the timing of the grant on Charlie's Place and everything else, it might be that an action session is the thing that we want to do. And then we can continue to have work sessions about which projects we want to choose. But I think if we're going to choose the Charlie's Place project, we might want to know that now and get going. That's my preference.
Yeah.
What are we bringing back that's action related?
Well, we
This
do need
contract?
to.
Excuse me?
This contract.
Well, I think it's to get it signed so we can put them to work in helping us with that. And
Well, technically we don't need, we don't need action for the contract. I could sign that myself.
Okay.
We do need the board action on approving our grant application though, so we will have to bring that back to you.
Let's do that at the next meeting for sure. That's my opinion at least.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, and thank you for the clarification. If you can and plan to execute this contract in time for us to get have their services for this Charlie's Place grant, then I don't think we need a future action session.
Yeah, when I briefed all three of you individually on the grant concept, you all were supportive of pursuing that, so.
Yeah. And I'm really, George, thank you for bringing that up, and thanks staff for bringing that up today about Charlie's Place as an example. I know we've seen a lot of scuttle going around that it's difficult for us to respond to, and it's really understandable. I'm glad our staff is also working on communications to help make sure that public awareness of what we really are doing is greater than it might have been in the past, and this conversation and effort to find a way to deal with both the Charlie's Place and come up with something that was even better than what was proposed for a lot less money. It's welcome to me that we're now able to talk about this in an open session and have the public be aware that we're working on an issue that's a really hot topic in the community right now. So thanks for bringing that up. And that we've been aware of this and been trying to find this opportunity to take care of that. So.
Absolutely.
Sometimes solutions show up right when you need them.
Sometimes it's funny, they happen like 5 minutes before you need them, and it's hard to, anyway, I won't go any further.
Thank you. Do we have what we need?
Yep.
All right. Is there any more questions or comments? I think staff has what they need to move forward and begin discussions on the contract with Iconergy.
Great, commissioners and staff, thank you. And frankly, Beth, you know this about us. We're just going to keep working with you while you guys are working on the contract. We don't need to slow down at all on Charlie's Place. We're just happy to do that in the spirit of partnership. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Hey.
Okay, so it is now 10:50. Our next, I think we thought that was going to be a shorter conversation. Our next item is the 10:30 romp update with Amy Saxton. Sorry about that, Amy.
I think Sean asked for about 5 minutes to get transition.
I've already transitioned, so
Are you
I'm
there?
all good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you see Julie Shapiro in the waiting room? Yes. Hi, Commissioners. This is a session to follow up the work session, I think that was just at our last meeting with Keystone and myself, where we reviewed the community survey results and the project priorities list. And most of the session was presentation, and we did not have a ton of time to get your feedback. So this session is a follow-up to that, to hear some feedback from you. And we are looking for general comments on either of those topics. I'm going to offer Julie an opportunity to frame the material as well. Julie?
Hi, everybody. I'm just joining you from Frisco today. We want to dive right into your feedback. I think general comments, as Amy mentioned, are welcome. We also would appreciate any specific feedback you can give on the potential projects list that we shared. And I can put that back on the screen if we need a quick refresh. It is not a new material. It is what was in your slides last time and was provided again as the pre-mail for this meeting. So I'll do that just really fast, and we welcome your thoughts on any of the projects or things that you might feel like would be higher priority in your mind, or lower priority, gaps, etc. So we started to get some feedback on that last time, but we'll just go into that. So really quickly, just a reminder, the project list started with a needs and opportunities brainstorm. I'm not going to go through all of this again, but with the planning partners team, we're mining the data from the community survey about that. Staff, including Amy and Alex at a SE group, kind of grouped those up for a continued discussion of the planning partners team. The planning partners team looked at these projects against considerations for how they would affect our communities, our environment, visitors, resources, etc. Each one of the projects is meant to consider, a whole portfolio of needs and topics, including conservation, management, recreational opportunities. So we're looking for your feedback, and the next step is really with your feedback and all the feedback coming in from the community survey and the planning partners team to whittle this list down, at very least for the purposes of the back half of the planning partners team work, so that we can workshop some of these concepts in more detail to understand what they would look like. It may be that all our priorities to some degree are all around the list, but some need more workshopping than others. It may be that some are truly higher priorities. So that's part of the feedback we're hoping to hear from you. So here are the topics. And one is about leading with conservation and sustainability priorities and kind of identifying opportunities and challenges associated with conservation and recreation. Another is on wayfinding, educational stewardship and messaging, alternative transportation within the county. So once people arrive, how to get to and from recreational amenities was the fourth. Water recreation planning, looking at a whole host of intersecting issues around permits and access and conservation needs. Something that could be focused more on 14ers and 13ers. A project that could be focused more on connectivity, resilience, and conditions of trails networks overall. Something that could be focused more on greenway alignment and next steps. Winter visitation, I know that got some discussion last time. an OHV mini master plan, trying to look at, what the expectations, goals, are and needs are for management and an opportunity around that use. Front country parks and facilities, permanent group or committee to manage the recreation plan. So we're building longer term capacity around this. And then looking at more pie in the sky type ideas. So that was all very brief, but you've seen it before. Amy, anything you want to reemphasize and how I presented that?
No, I think that was good. I'm just eager to hear from the commissioners on their feedback.
Great. I'll pull down the slides, assuming you've all have those materials, but can put them back up as needed.
So, my fellow commissioners, I'm still the chair, deferring to you as a man of few words.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate this conversation, and I put some thought into how I might prioritize this. Mr. Chair, how do you prefer? I hesitate to deliver the balance of my comments in one go.
I think we might, I understand what you're saying, George. What might happen is we may hit a few I know I starred about 3 things right off the bat and was thinking about another one down here. I'm guessing that we might have conversations a little bit topic by topic as they come up, but again, trying to remember to let you guys, not to get the last word, but just to be able to make sure you get your words out. So why don't you take off and talk about what you want to go do? And I would suggest that, George, if you want, I mean, I don't see, Sean on screen right now. I know he's there. Since you're unmuted, if you want to take off, and when you feel that you have said something you want to say about something and want to hear what we have to say about that, just stop and ask as a starting point. And we can each do that as we have opportunities.
Okay. Well, just starting from the top of the list in the slides, the first one is project to identify conservation and or sustainability priorities. That feels to me like a priority. It feels to me like it might be combined with a project to assess connectivity, resilience, and condition of the trails network. And especially the connectivity part, though, I do just want to express a little bit of hesitation about, because we know that the longer trails get, the bigger the wildlife impacts are, trail fragmentation to wildlife, et cetera. And I know we've seen proposals like the idea that for example, the OHVs should be able to drive from Idaho Springs to Georgetown. And I'm not particularly in favor of that. And so I think now is the best time for me to go ahead and say that. But otherwise, I think combining those things and then treating that like a priority makes sense to me.
I heard a pause. Does that mean you were waiting that's an individual topic and you were kind of waiting to see somebody filled in? That was about second down on my list as well. I do think that having connectivity between certain trail systems can be good. And there are a number of activities that we have here that connectivity, depending on where it is, especially, can create more of that wildlife trail fragmentation. And beyond that, it might enable the expansion of something that we are actually in flux about whether we're actually trying to expand. For example, whether we're talking about 14ers or whether we're talking about the OHV connectivity by legalizing certain county roads for access in order to allow towns to be used as staging areas, in order to be able to let people run from this area to that area to make sure that you can get more of them in more places and have longer experiences. I think the jury's out. Certainly, it's not something I'm in favor of right now in terms of expanding the number of people that are on Gray's Peak to a greater number, and that'll lead us to another one of the points in a minute we can talk about, or legalizing OHVs, which is not a right we're taking away. It's something that doesn't exist right now, and it hasn't existed and doesn't exist in most counties. to be able to drive them on county roads in order to get from here to there and get to more places and expand usage. Those are my comments right off the bat. And that doesn't mean because I've had numerous, I'll address this right now because I've had numerous people ask me this privately. They keep telling me they hear that I'm trying to shut down OHVs in Clear Creek County. That's not a goal of mine. I don't have a way to do that legally, nor do I wish to. However, just like we talk about Graves and Tories and Bierstadt, we do have we have the opportunity because of our proximity to Denver to become as dense and large as we want to be for some of those activities, especially considering that most of the counties around us are not moving in that direction, virtually all of them that connect to us because of that same proximity. So I just want to be clear, and what I'd like to do is piggyback onto one of the other stars that I wrote down, which is one of the goals was to create an OHV master plan. And I think short of having had this higher level discussion before even creating a master plan for OHVs and acknowledging that we don't talk here about a horseback riding master plan, a hiking master plan, a mountain biking master plan, a trail running master plan, a wildlife conservation master plan. We only talked about an OHV master plan. And that's exactly the same thing that came out of the last time we tried to do a recreation study about 5 or 6 years ago. So the two things I have to say right off the bat is that connectivity is on at least 2 or 3 levels a sensitive subject depending on what it enables. And the other part that I piggybacked off onto is I'm not too high on creating a master plan for one activity because there were some people in the room that wanted to have a master plan for that activity. And apparently we didn't get comments about the others in the room about creating a master plan for those. It kind of implies that we're prioritizing that activity right off the bat at the very beginning of this. I know that's not stated, but it's just kind of what I see. A real positive I want to say is that when I went through these just now, the list, I'm glad to see in a fairly short list, the first 2 or 3 bullet points addressing conservation when we state that one of our highest values is addressing impacts and being good stewards. But when we list our projects out, we list a whole lot of things or principles that we want to do at the top that are about quality recreational experiences and more opportunities and things like that. And then down below it says, at the bottom of the list, it says, be good stewards of the land. I'm glad to see that that our lists have stewardship as the basis for why we're even having this conversation.
I took a look at the OHV mini plan proposal as well. And I think it might be appropriate to, as a first step, and this is a suggested addition, a process to understand the types of uses we want to encourage and where. Mm-hmm. And that might inform a set of mini plans, like bicycle recreation master plan, for example. I think that's how I would like to try to do that. That before so that we don't create the wrong perceptions or wrong expectations, that we have that conversation first about what uses we want and where. And so how does that land on you?
You said, yeah, that's why I want to let you guys speak first, is because you do a better job of saying the same thing in fewer words.
Oh, that wasn't my intent. I'm just glad you brought it up.
You summarized what I was trying to get at very well.
So, okay. And then, moving down the list here, a project for wayfinding, parking, signage, educational stewardship messaging. The question I have regarding that one, it is definitely something that any tourism economy needs to do to try to manage what's going on. I wonder the extent to which this was accomplished with the Tourism Bureau's craft process. And I mean, at least I'd like to observe that we might have a starting point if we choose this project as a priority. And it might mean there may have been enough work done to be implemented that we can make that one a lower priority. Is kind of my take, and I'm just moving down the list of slides.
Sean, you got any?
Hey, I do. Can you guys hear me okay without a ton of background noise?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Until this last summer, I honestly didn't know all that much about the OHV trails in the county, and I only know a little bit more now than I did then. But one thing that I believe is that you can get from almost any point in the county to another point in the county using almost no pavement. And I rode, I think it was from Spring Creek to Lamartine and then down Saxon Mountain Road on my adventure motorcycle. And my impression having that afternoon was there's a tremendous amount of resources and trails out there. I got lost, and if I had a GPS, I know I wouldn't have, but I do think it's different. I think it's different than hiking and cycling because it's so extensive and it's poorly marked and the trail conditions vary. So I do kind of suspect that it does deserve some special attention, not because it's special, but just because it's different than the other items that we're talking about. And beyond that, I haven't really formed too many strong opinions about this process yet, other than I think in the very near future, we would be well served to invite other stakeholders as part of the conversation. And I don't know if that looks like a task force or what that looks like, but I feel a little hesitant to want to weigh in strongly on any of these items based on what's happened so far, which I think is great preliminary data. And I do view the community input as certainly more than anecdotal, but I don't view it as scientific. So I think this is good work and I appreciate it, but that's kind of how I feel right now.
I think that's, if we're bouncing off each other, I think that's a really good point. That was kind of one of in the last two meetings that we talked about this, that's kind of what I was bringing up too, that the great start at getting some people in a room to talk about it is limited in the number of people and who the people are that have had the opportunity to be drawn into the conversation by the process actively. And it doesn't mean that we haven't gone out and put out a survey and asked people to weigh in on it, which has, positives and negatives to that method. It's certainly not scientific, by any means, but at least it gives us a picture and a snapshot. But I know looking at some of the people that have been invited into the room to participate at different layers and levels, I think it's important that be expanded, which I expressed at the last two meetings too, in order to get a clearer picture, a more informed picture than we have from all the current participants, who are all fine people, and have great opinions. But in some cases they're, staff members of towns that don't live in the county, so they serve the town's interest and they live outside, they live down in the city or something like that. And so their input is of value, but certainly not comprehensive. And we need more information to be able to start basing actual action recommendations, I think.
I agree. I mean, we definitely need to wrap our heads around motorized vehicle recreation. I think what I'm proposing is just that we talk about scale and scope first, sort of set goals in terms of our scale and our scope first. And so anyway, how do the comments about wayfinding land on you, Randy? I saw you kind of grimace.
Oh, no, I think I was probably grimacing about something. I was probably grimacing about my knee at that moment. I don't recall that, but I think wayfinding is It depends on what we're using it for. If we're using it for safety and to make sure that the users we do have know where to go and where they should be and where they shouldn't be, and it helps with stewardship, I think that's good. If it's for the purpose of getting more people spread across the land, it kind of ties a little bit into that pushing the 14ers to the 13ers part. And there's an advantage and a disadvantage to that. That's an idea about spreading the peanut butter from where it's too thick on the toast to where there isn't any peanut butter on the toast. And the problem with that idea that's beginning to dawn on people from all the way from CPW to the other counties and efforts that are going on around the state is that it began to dawn on people that suddenly there wasn't going to be any toast without peanut butter. And by peanut butter, I mean people and gear and their expression thereof to the wildlife around them and stuff like that. And so it's a potential to reduce certain kinds of, habitat across the state, across your area, within your county, within your region. It's kind of like the idea of open space, And so the issue with wayfinding is it's kind of like responsible. It's kind of like if you advertise to everybody in the country that Colorado is doing a better job of providing stewardship to their beautiful natural resources than anyone else. And this is your opportunity to come to the most beautifully protected state in the nation. You can kind of shoot yourself in the foot in the process. It's like stewardship is a really good thing to have the people that are coming here do. If it's to get as many people to come here to practice stewardship as possible, that in itself may not be stewardship. And so the same thing's true with wayfinding. It depends on how we use it. And if it's, pushing, I think pushing people from the 14ers to the 13ers it's a double-edged sword. It can help. I think maintaining the issue we have on the 14ers is the problem. One of the solution of making sure that we have at least that many people here and we get them into all the areas where there aren't as many people may have a habitat impacts that they may be predictable, but they may not have been intended. It could be an unintended consequence. The trail fragmentation you referred to a little bit ago.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like based on that, maybe that is there's still a lot of conversation to be had around wayfinding. And I'd be fine to accept that as not a lower priority. I sort of, in my mind, I have two categories, things that feel like priorities, things that feel like lower priorities. Okay.
Let me clarify to say, I think it's a method of stewardship it can be used as a method of stewardship that's values safety, that's valuable, all those things, and better experience that are value. But it's, it's got multiple aspects to it.
Yeah. I think the alternative transportation thing is very interesting. It might fit into a pie in the sky concept bucket. If we wanted to try to identify like a location to set up a shuttle service or something like that, but I don't know. That's kind of the only thought I have on that one.
I think the way we've discussed it at NOCO is twofold. It's a way to solve the parking problem without just creating more parking, which just enlarges the parking problem at the end of the day. It temporarily solves it, like a wider highway temporarily solves it until that highway fills up, and then you just have a wider swath of congestion. Same thing's true, and that's been our experience predictably, repeatedly, where we have increased parking at certain areas only to see it. Look at St. Mary's, look at Bierstadt and Guanella, and look at the places where we've done that, and actually Grays and Torreys a long time ago, where we created something that made it easier, turned it into a magnet, and actually accelerated the rate of additional new congestion. So what shuttles do is two things. They can help you solve that problem without having to enlarge parking, spend more money on it. They also allow, when combined with other somewhat restrictive measures, control measures, I'll call them, they're a method of dosing the number of people that you want into the area by providing the level of service that provides that many people into the area, combined with your observations of how many people are getting there by other means. It allows you to manage the density of recreation in that area, maybe a little more, gives you a little more control over that.
Yeah, and so were you thinking, Amy, that this was sort of setting sort of a broad approach, like here's how we would approach this in any location?
For the alternative transportation topic in particular. So I would say that that particular project we have not dug into super deeply on the planning project team, partners team level. So I think that's hard to say, but one of the things that might help with that topic or even others is one of the lenses that might be a good way to think about things is topics that really benefit from the ROMP environment as a planning, as a topic where we can really benefit from having all of these stakeholders, from the Forest Service to the towns to Denver Mountain Parks, all at the table together.
Right.
And so I think that's one way to look at something like alternative transportation. You know, we're not just thinking about what we, with the resources just before us, with the county organization can do, including our knowledge, but you know, what are the things that we can advance? And so that's another way to look at the projects as far as figuring out how to prioritize them. And, you know, so that's just one of the things that's been kicking around in my head as I think about how to move stuff forward, you know, but I think, so alternative transportations is a great topic, I think, for the ROMP because we have the Forest Service at the table and we have CPW at the table. And you know, we have so many entities to collaborate and to include in the conversation that more solutions, more opportunities are available.
That's a great comment, Amy. I really appreciate that, especially that part about bringing, you know, the external, because all these things, I mean, we're spending actually more time talking about federal land than we are county land right now. We're implying that in this conversation. And so that without that collaboration, it becomes a kind of meaningless conversation. And a couple of examples, and these are not suggestions I'm making right now, except that I'll let you know that there are things that have been kicked around by owners and leaders, community leaders that have contacted me about a couple of areas where that applicability, where it could be a place where this could apply. I'll point to the 3 of the 14ers that we've got, and that's Bierstadt, Grays, and Tories. We've had landowners up Stevens Gulch ask us if either seasonally or full-time we could close that road, put a gate at the bottom to the public with locks, you know, keys to the lock provided for landowners that do exist up there, same as we have in other places in the county. And then do 2 things: extend the trail down from the current trailhead to the highway, and also provide some kind of a, you know, shuttle service capable of reaching the existing trailhead and have limited shuttle opportunities to that location. And, you know, some combination of those kinds of things should be able to do that dosing we're talking about. What you do is you create a longer hike for Grays and Tories, which has effects on who can and will and won't do it. And then you provide for those for whom that level of vertical and distance might be too great from an equity standpoint, you still provide a means to get to the existing trailhead. And then we've had people say similar things with ideas about toll road shuttles, things like that with Guanella Pass with regard to Bierstadt, and then provide shuttles. So it's kind of more in keeping with the Quandary Peak over in Summit County plan, which was to provide, rather than build more parking, either have an equal or lesser amount of parking and have shuttles up to there and park people in town and then deliver the number of people that you want to Quandary, in order to govern the number of people on Quandary. So those are places I think that those are pilot projects that personally I've had my eye on those two for the whole time I've been involved in this since I've been county commissioner. I would welcome us collaborating with the Forest Service to get serious, especially now that we've learned a lot from the COVID eyeglass into the future that we just got, where we saw that huge increase temporarily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's well said. So the alternative transportation feels like a real opportunity right now, given all the partners we have at the table. The next one on the list is water recreation planning. This one is a huge opportunity and a huge need, especially between Clear Creek County and Idaho Springs. And the reason I say that last part is because if we're thinking about this in terms of the ROMP environment, this might be one that we could carve out to tackle just with Idaho Springs and not have to have all of the rest of the players at the table. But it's a huge need for us to wrap our arms around this. And I know there's a lot of great ideas coming out of Idaho Springs about how to verify the number of trips, and just, I don't want to go on and on, but you can tell I really like this one. I just am not sure if this one might be, if the priority list is too big, this one might be one that we could have a separate process for.
I think that's really good, George. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, same.
One of the things that did come out of the planning partners team here was just acknowledging that this project could include more than rafting and, could include the creek environment a little bit more broadly, which might mean CPW might have something to offer for this project as well. But I mean, nevertheless, I think your observation is spot on.
Okay. And then this one is kind of a hot topic. The next one, making 14ers more resilient or driving people to 13ers. I suspect we might be able to answer that one a little bit faster about whether, I don't know. I don't think we can assume that emphasizing 13ers will reduce traffic on 14ers. There's just too much unmet recreation demand so close to the metro area. And so from that perspective, I might be in support of reframing that one as how do we harden our 14ers and focus on what's happening at our 14ers.
Right.
And then a separate question is like, do we need more and where and how, maybe as a separate project? Because it would be more, it's not anyway.
I think we don't, the animals in the county unfortunately, they're not technologically equipped to take the survey in terms of when we start to determine where we need more people in the environment in Clear Creek County now. And it's not that there aren't some places we can accommodate them. Certainly, I'm not saying that it's not possible. In terms of need, that's that's what I was getting to a little bit ago. It's not determined that we need more people in some of those other places. Now, I will say, having myself done a couple of 14ers this last September, which I hadn't done for quite a while, I listen to people actually talk disparagingly about peak bagging and 14ers, and I get the whole Instagram, thing where I see people doing model poses on the top. They run up the mountain and get a model pose on top and, bag a bunch. And that contributes a lot to the traffic that's up there. And we don't see them do that for 13ers at this time. And so to popularize it, I think George is right. The demand is out there to do a lot more. I mean, for me, I enjoy a 14er as a benchmark because I remember how long it used to take me. And then I get out and I realize I can climb a 14er, which I used to climb 45 years ago, and just prove to myself I'm not dead yet, and I'll time myself to the top just to kind of understand it. That said, 99% of my hiking is spent up trails behind my house where I don't have to run into anybody else. And that's my preference, is peace in the woods. And I hope that other people have the opportunity to still find that somewhere. And that's the issue I run into with pushing people to 13ers and into those areas, which spreading that peanut butter to make sure that there's peanut butter everywhere.
Yeah, and then the other observation, and I agree with you, and the other observation I would make about the 14er conversation is that if there's one issue that we've seen some focus and have strong partnership, like the 14ers initiative, it's around the management of the 14ers. I don't know that it's our most acute problem. And I'm not saying that with a ton of confidence. I just don't know that it's our most acute problem right now. I mean, clearly, like Stevens Gulch, like we can identify hotspots, right?
Right. We have 4 14ers. One of them's got a paved road to the top, and so the trail there is actually only marginally used. Having been up there this last summer on it and just checked it out for ways, and its use doesn't seem to be as great, just because most people that go up Evans drive to the summit and take their pictures and leave. Bierstadt and according to the 14ers initiative, Bierstadt and Grays and Torreys have 2 different kinds of issues. They're both very heavily trafficked and get a ton of space, and there's a lot of trash and human waste and a lot of stuff going on up there that is difficult to manage. The differences in the geology: Grays and Torreys have soil, rock. They have a topography and a geology that allows native materials on site to maintain. The problem with Bierstadt is it's got a different kind of geology, and as I understand it from the land professionals, the soil is not well suited to hardening the trail. It's highly erosive, and you can't stabilize it. So you need to bring in materials from outside and physically transport it by hand on your feet. They need to have people come in and drag material up the side of the hill to be able to bring in material in that can harden that trail. As you can imagine, virtually none of that is happening. But when I've been up there, I see people working on Bierstadt with rakes and shovels as volunteers with either the 14ers initiative or someone else with shovels and rakes trying to fix the damage that's being done. But it just continues to happen. And that's why on Bierstadt specifically, the trail is eroded out to 30 feet wide in places where people are taking alternative routes around it, because now that it's been walked so much, the precipitation and the foot traffic has made the central trail itself very difficult with huge steps, and it's kind of harder to go up and down. And it's one of the easiest 14ers in the state to climb, but the trail itself has become not impassable, but more difficult. And so people just keep widening and taking alternative routes around, to the extent that it's become difficult to even identify. So finding solutions, I guess I've identified a little more technically the problem. Finding solutions, for example, to harden the trail on Bierstadt, that's a big one, because it's, whether those solutions are limitations or a better way to somehow fix that trail. That's a place, some effort. Encouraging that and working with the Forest Service on Bierstadt would be a big deal.
Yeah, and as you describe those problems, I think about places that aren't 14ers that I would just call high volume areas where we get a lot of comment and there's a lot of volume and a lot of impact. I'm thinking about that trailhead in St. Mary's, for example. And I'm thinking about other projects on this list, like the transportation project and other things. And I think it might be better to think about it like that instead of saying we need a carve out for 14ers. But that's not a strong opinion.
That's a good point. Generalize that concept out over places that we know and can see anecdotally on site right now. We get comments.
Yeah, just how do we manage super high popularity, high volume places? Just flipping back and forth here. A project to assess, we already kind of discussed that one, connectivity, resilience, and condition of the trails network. Do we feel like we kind of have that one?
The connectivity thing I addressed a little earlier. I think it's something that we look at in terms of looking at it as a tool to be able to get more people here, to allow if it's used as a tool to enable more people to get from here to there in order to be able to have more people there and want to come, that's part of it, kind of that larger discussion of our needs. What's the need, what's the real need, and what's our purpose? What are we trying to accomplish by doing it? And it depends on, it's going to vary. If it's fixing an existing trail system where people are taking, here's an example, if people are taking bushwhack routes because there's not a defined route, and there's already and again, I'll take hiking. If you're trying to get from Loveland Pass to Grays and Torreys instead, making sure that those trails, that those existing bushwhack trails that are happening, that there's one that's chosen that's a social trail that's going to continue no matter what, are well defined so that you don't have people going everywhere. Hell's Hole's a great place. The same kind of thing. You go up to Hell's Holes, you'll find there's just people scattering everywhere because they can't even figure out where the trail is right now. So having things defined, and that's working with the Forest Service again, that's Forest Service property. But if it's kind of like joining Accelerate to go to Colorado to get money for Floyd Hill. That's an area where our ROMP might direct us to have collaboration with the Forest Service that are locally observed problem is this, and we want to work with you to help brainstorm how to figure it out, with the Forest Service to incentivize them and try to fix places like that. With regard to trying to build new trails between places where they don't even exist now, or legalize activities where they're not legal now in order to attract more people to have a broader, wider, longer experience, that might be on the expansion side, that we might look at the density of recreation we have now and question that. And that's my personal bias.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, a common theme throughout this conversation is, I feel like we might be arriving at a point in Clear Creek County where we know what we have. We know how awesome it is, and we know how little effort it takes to get people to want to come here. So,
I would just jump in, George, just quickly, I would just add, just in general, what I'm hearing is that we need to have a clearly defined kind of goal for any one of these projects. I would say that just an assumptive kind of goal is that the purpose of all of these projects is for recreation management. Because that's the project, right? Recreation and the outdoors management plan. But it would still benefit from clarity. If we're going to have a trails connectivity project, we would want to have as part of that why, what are we trying to do with that? And, does that, I think that what is the purpose of connectivity, right? I think your point, Randy, is that it's likely not for expansion or adding new activities, right? It's likely for management. For what purpose, right? To control things like trails that are somebody just made. There's a word for it, but I can't, it's not coming to my mind. Pirate trails. That needs to be expressed clearly. So we understand what we're doing and why, but that ultimately, the more I hear from you and about your concerns, the more clear it is that our guiding principle is recreation management. The purpose of all of these projects is to ensure that we have the capacity and the tools and the principles identified through this plan for recreation management.
I agree, and I think that it's. I want to be careful that I'm not interpreted as saying nothing new anywhere for any time, but in every case, there has to be a well understood analysis of what it's for, why it helps, and what it's and some kind of a gut check where we stop and try to think about the unintended consequences of doing it, like the parking lots that we thought were going to help solve problems and stuff like that, and they just made the problems bigger. Like I said, I can think of places where there's social trails now where it's completely legal for people to go there, my guess is within the decade, the Forest Service will have more places where there'll be at least an honor system, permit system to even be able to be in a given basin around here that's just dispersed recreation area in the Forest Service. It's not going to be like you can't do this in the wilderness, or this area is closed and has a gate like in the Rocky Mountain National Park. It's going to be more informal than that, but it's going to be the management tool of the future. And so there will be places, though, where people still can go legally and should be able to go to know those joys that we know from doing this. And, but we might have to pick one of those social trails that's in an area that's scattered with them, clearly mark it, and do some maintenance to close the others off, and work with the Forest Service collaboratively to help get that done. That's just an example of the kind of thinking and the way to approach. So every time we do it is to be careful. And that's why I've said that, and I'll say this out in the open, we're talking about public land management. To me, this conversation is about public land management, not necessarily recreation development and expansion, for example, for economic purposes, when we're being bombarded by everybody with a phone that can find everything everywhere already right now and is already doing it. And so it's to maintain the quality as far into the future as possible, and to think twice. And it's why I think we need to be really have a system of processes that involves, one of the items on this list was to have an ongoing group. I think that's right. I think we need to think really carefully about who's on that group. And it's why we don't just want to say, go forth and manage recreation, period, end of sentence, to a department that's taking care of trails, and then let them decide where to put trails and go do things. Because we all have biases. If you put me in charge of it, I'd have my biases, and I'd do something that was stupid or unfair to somebody else or not ecologically sound. If you put somebody else there, individuals in a small county like that, you get the same thing. And so it's just that we got a system of checks and balances because of the incredible latent demand for recreation in a place that's got 14,000 foot peaks and all these other beautiful places sitting 20 minutes from Golden. 3.5 to 5 million people in the metro area as it grows.
Thank you. And I'm just aware of the time here. How are we doing? Do we want to keep going through the list? I want to make sure to get your feedback. I also want to make sure to keep track of the agenda a little bit on your behalf, and make sure we're doing okay.
Well, thanks.
I had a very quick comment, which is, I also don't overlook the fact that we're charged with, creating a good user experience. So, for example, we've talked about a connection trail between Floyd Hill and Mayhem Gulch, and that would make the system more enjoyable and more fun, and would allow for day-long rides. So I don't view that purely through the lens of management.
Well, I agree with you, Sean. I didn't mean to preclude those kind of things. I was just suggesting that we look at them on an individual case-by-case basis and evaluate them, and do the ones that are smart and do the ones that are truly beneficial to quality of experience without degradation of environment, and just be professional about how we go at it. But I completely agree with you about having, like I said, I'm not saying nothing ever anywhere again. I'm just saying, let's improve it and make it resilient and ecologically sound and a good experience for all of us.
And hopefully we find some partners that have some financial resources to help manage those things. Okay. And I think we just gotta get through this conversation, and we got to take the time that it's got to take. That's my take.
Absolutely.
So the next one on the list is the greenway alignment. This one, I have a little bit of concern because I know the DLD sub area plan is in process, and I think that that's going to give us some guidance on, I'll say, the most controversial, not even controversial, just the hardest from a technical perspective stretch. And that a lot of the feedback we got on that was that, maybe we need to think about that in terms of pedestrian access and what the residents need as much as greenway pass. Anyway, let me stop rambling. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not sure that this one it might be the cart before the horse to have the DLD sub-area plan talking about this at the same time the ROMP plan is. And I'd prefer that DLD have the first stab at it.
I think on the subject, I read the suggestion a little differently, that we need to reconsider whether we need a greenway that is robust and continuous and off-road, as was conceptualized in the Peaks to Plains Trail, whether we need to worry about that in Clear Creek County, and then I saw the comments about, well, most of the riders are still going to ride the road anyway and stuff like that. I'm going to be really frank about this. When we had this conversation before, and it predates even the conversations about that DLD stretch that we had a couple of years ago, in which I was in disagreement on some things. I think that having that paved, hardened, off-highway, non-motorized version of transportation and recreation and experience through the county is of great value, potentially greater value to us economically than even, the dispersed recreation we have in the woods. And the reason is because it does go through the towns, and it carries people that do have room for a wallet and not much else, like a lot of food and stuff like that with them when they're traveling, and also that it's not like what outsiders do versus what locals do. That's actually circumstantially true at this moment. And it's because this is a difficult place to live and ride, and do other things and walk. And I also think that we can multitask, and we have multiple needs in the county, just like we need healthcare and housing. I think we need pedestrian access, safe pedestrian access into the DLD commercial area. But I also think that not just at DLD, but at other places throughout the county, that having, I felt since this thing began around 35 years ago, I think that the same thing I thought then, which is once we create a hardened trail for that kind of activity, road, mountain bike, walking, whatever, that is off highway, we'll see a change in the kinds of people that we have here to recreate and be able to capitalize on that better. A lot of my views have changed since then about that stuff, but I still feel pretty strongly about not abandoning what is actually a statewide vision for Peaks to Plains, and what the difference is between riding on sidewalks over driveways, as an example, or getting back out on the road. I know that in our real early conversations, Tim Mock was informed more by me and learned from me, because I told him, most road riders prefer the road to bike trails anyway. And I told him that long, long ago, and I told other people that too. Well, that's changed. The whole environment in that has changed because we built an entirely new system of bicycle trails, as an example. And now I see even people are training for racing out on bike trails because they're built continuously and they're built at a higher quality, and they actually connect through. They provide connectivity in a paved manner. And we've got a lot of it built, and we've invested a lot of money in it so far. But I also want to be open-minded to the fact that there are some areas of, for example, Alvarado Road and other places where, I don't think it's safe through Downeyville, although we haven't seen the deaths there. I don't think that a sidewalk through there, people will stay on the road rather than ride on a sidewalk over driveways. But I also agree that there are some areas like Alvarado Road from Lawson on to Georgetown where the difficulty of building a trail versus the ease and the lack of traffic on that road anyway make it a good riding road. So reprioritizing our urgency for certain sections, I think, is in order. To decide whether we need a greenway is something. I'm still in favor of having a greenway that works for everybody, including road riders and people that can walk and everything. I also think we need a sidewalk into it just doesn't necessarily need to be built to a $10 million greenway standard. if it's only gonna serve a few people walking up there, I think that we need to provide them safe access anyway. Whether or not the greenway goes, wherever the greenway goes, I think those people in Silver Lakes need a pedestrian access into the commercial area of Downeyville. To help Downeyville grow as a commercial area, increase its business, and to provide them the multi-use capability where they live.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
I'm sorry, what is the status of the deal?
He was asking what's the status of the DLD plan?
We have a RFP drafted. We're going to be bringing that to you in a work session to allow you to give us some input before we put it out on the street.
So I agree with what you're saying, Randy, and I think that we do kind of need to reconsider whether a 10-foot strip of concrete throughout the entire county is feasible or appropriate. And my comment about DLD was just that I think we learned a lot in that process, that it's a lot more complicated than we were approaching it at first as an organization. And so that's kind of why I do kind of feel kind of strongly on this one, that it would be a mistake and a process foul for us to advance the Greenway conversation right now without having seen the outcome of what's going on with the DLD conversation.
Right, I agree with you, and let me say that, you know, willing to lose certain arguments as an example about where things go and stuff like that. I think the only advice I would say pragmatically regarding DLD is that if the final outcome were not to use the south side alignment, then I wouldn't suggest a 10-foot strip of concrete built across driveways at the cost of millions of dollars for bicycles, because they're not going to ride on it. I mean, other than a couple kids, you know, with their moms or something like that, traveling like pedestrians or learning to ride a bike, they're not going to, you know, everybody that's moving from Idaho Springs to Georgetown or Loveland Pass or something like that ain't going to use that sidewalk. So there's no point in making it 10 feet wide and building it to Greenway standards if we're not going to create that. You know, you're better off just leaving them on the road, riding through the stop sign and the truck stop, than trying to drive them through the truck stop on a sidewalk, creating yet one more place for a truck to not see them pulling back out.
And I just offer too that this project may be fairly county specific at this point, since the towns are largely finished with their greenway sections, and it may be something that we can advance on our own more than use ROMP tables for the conversations.
That's a good point.
One quick thing about the DLD sub-area plan. I guess I admit I'm a little disappointed that we're still talking about it and not acting on it.
Right.
Because we had a robust conversation over a year ago about what to do with the LDS church property, which is county owned. And that stopped in its tracks because we decided we needed this plan. And here we are a year later and we haven't made an inch of progress.
I would tell you that the biggest projects we have right now all fall into one shop, the same shop where this project is, the same shop where DOD sub-area plan is, the same shop where the IHOP grant process is, and that list continues. So we got major projects falling on one shop right now, and that, quite frankly, is why that has not advanced yet.
Sounds like it is advancing though at this time. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, it's coming to you in the next 2 meetings at a work session.
Okay.
Okay,
I agree with Sean. It's been a while and we haven't made a lot of progress, but I understand you got a lot of stuff on your list.
Okay.
Well, just philosophically, if we're under-resourced and it's causing widespread pain, I think that's a problem that we should talk about solving instead of just throwing our hands up and saying that we're not going to take the, you know, figure this out. But that we can have that conversation some other time.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. The next one on this list is a project to evaluate winter visitation non-alpine activities. And I don't always have to lead with my thoughts.
Go for it, George.
Okay. Well, then, thank you, Randy. You're showing a lot of tolerance. My take on this is I think I hear about a lot more about problems with summer recreation than I do about problems with winter recreation. And maybe I'm wrong. And that would cause me to think that if we have to prioritize carefully, this could be a lower priority, with one very glaring exception, right? Which is that if there's anywhere in the county where there's not enough recreation volume to support an economy, it's downtown Georgetown in the winter. And we have, I mean, nothing short of an economic crisis. It's a ghost town down there. And the recreation component of that is just crucial for us to wrap our heads around. I know there have been many attempts at looking at, we've been talking about it for a long time, but other than that specific thing to look at, I'm not sure that winter recreation in general is a huge need. And maybe that's because there's issues I'm unaware of. And so that's not a strong opinion.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and I agree with it to the extent that I'll even tell you at NOCO, we're basically like all the data we're gathering and stuff like that is, okay, now we're going to have a data gathering season so we can approach this scientifically. And what I'm getting out of all the land managers is they're looking at it from about March to October. They're recognizing that they don't have an issue in the winter. Winter recreation is a tough enough thing to do non-motorized, that it's not like we have millions of people, spreading out through the woods when the snow is waist deep. It doesn't create that problem. And I think the only places that popped in my mind, well, you mentioned one, George, and I think that's a little more of a tourism thing than a recreation thing, because downtown Georgetown, what we would need is winter recreation to try to promote winter recreation near Georgetown, using that same idea that it would benefit Georgetown itself. So there may be something that can be done immediately around Georgetown that would help with that, so that it would fall under that recreation hat. Otherwise, it's more of a tourism and advertising, and how do you spend your marketing dollars and get people into Georgetown. And the other place I would say is that there are opportunities for a lot of cross-country skiing and snowshoeing and stuff like that, that people can use to stay fit and feel better about winter and not have cabin fever and all the depression that comes with that and everything, and some of those in some places are being degraded because of the lack of management of what we're doing with certain county roads and stuff. We have some unmaintained county roads that people come up and just for a certain portion of the winter, just try to see how far they can get their, F-350 up with big tires on it, just to see how far they can go before they spin around in a circle and come back down. And it's the bottom half mile of pristine cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, and stuff like that. And then it becomes dangerous for the winter recreators to, but that's an individual. There are probably only 3 or 4 points in the county where that even exists. So it would be a low priority. And that's kind of like that same thing we were talking about earlier at Stevens Gulch is one of those examples where it's a matter of, okay, do we want to gate it in the winter seasonally and work with the owners, or what do we want to do there that would help maintain the quality of that space for the 99% of the people using it and their safety. That's what pops to my head. And otherwise, so I said a whole lot of words to say, yeah, I realize it's much lower priority trying to manage winter recreation than it is summer recreation.
I agree. And to follow up with what George said, I mean, my perception is the vast majority of our winter recreation in the county is constrained within the 2 ski areas, right? And that impact is being managed by the private owners of those areas.
Right.
I do think that we play a role in kind of connecting the dots, because I've stayed at the Microtel in Georgetown before, and there were a lot of skiers there, but there's really not an easy way to kind of connect downtown Georgetown and the Microtel and the ski area. And it would seem like that would be a kind of low-hanging fruit, but is that town of Georgetown's responsibility? Is that the Tourism Bureau's responsibility? Does that fit into this recreation plan? I don't know, but it looks like it's an opportunity to me.
Mm-hmm. Right. I agree with that. And especially, I mean, if you look at Georgetown's most recent ballot initiative where they were asking for funding to pay to open Guanilla Pass in the winter, they view it as a crucial need as well. And I'm not sitting here proposing that we open Guanilla Pass in the winter. That's probably not feasible. But we can focus on how Georgetown can have an economy on 6th Street in the winter. And there
Agreed.
is a recreation management component to that, looking at the Guanilla Pass area as a winter recreation area. And I drove it recently and there's nobody out there. So anyway.
Yeah, I do think this project probably does edge into expansion a little bit more than just recreation management, you know, in the idea of how to facilitate growing the opportunities for non-alpine winter recreation. As distinct, just your comments point that out, help me see that distinction with this particular project. And doesn't mean it's not lower priority, but it is, I think that's how we conceived it, or how the comments and opportunities that the team identified bundled together into this concept.
Yeah,
go ahead, George.
Oh, I'm sure you're experiencing some whiplash because here I am saying, here's an area where we might want to focus on how we can do more. And I just think that's the nature of it.
I think it's we need to be holistic in our view. I think we generally have our main thrust here has been about first of all, stewardship and conservation. Secondly, quality of experience and service, first to our own communities, and secondly to those visiting us, and then the expansion side. I mean, it's just like we talked earlier about certain trails are probably good for the environment to be better developed and isolated as the place to go in a few places. And winter recreation is one of those areas that feels less impactful. And you're right, George, there aren't many people up at the end of where you can travel in the winter on Guanilla Pass utilizing that. And that could be something that as a wintertime thing could be popularized. And whether, like Sean said, whether that's a tourism board thing or who it is, to make sure the word's out that that's a great resource that's there. The others that popped up to me that I mentioned earlier, where there are people that try to use it and go park there, are Stevens Gulch. Another one's Bard Creek, used much less. And it's because of that issue of the bottom half mile becoming somewhat death defying it turns into kind of like an icy downhill area full of ruts and stuff for the bottom half mile. So if you can survive that coming down, you can have a great experience. And that's all I can think of. I just don't think it's a super high priority nor a super high impact on the environment.
Yeah, I agree. The next one is OHV mini master plan. I think we tackled that one. It was connected to one farther up the list. And then after that is a focus on front country parks and facilities. My initial reaction to that one is that it doesn't feel like it needs to be a priority, but Amy, I'm hearing you say we do have the municipalities together with us. And so maybe this is, if you look at it as from a process perspective, maybe there is an opportunity here.
I'll just comment quickly to just point out one of the things we identified was at least some capacity for coordination to help say, oh, there's a need for a pump track. Should we put it in Georgetown or Idaho Springs or Empire, just at least some way to coordinate on things like that, and to then coordinate and maybe that would assist in the development of facilities like that could have an impact on more of the backcountry recreational amenities and facilities as well. If there was a pump track, how does that impact mountain bike trail use and responsible practices? And it's not disconnected. I understand why it seems maybe like a bit of an outlier, but that was just sort of some of the concepts that contributed to this idea.
I think it's actually, for that reason that you bring up, I think it's important because it addresses two or three concepts. One of the ideas is that, when we do have recreation, how do you get the recreators to the cash registers, which is where the benefits of visitation are? Another one is that kind of like ski areas or like a responsibly conceived motorized recreation area. One of the issues we have is that we have a lot of places where it's illegal to use stuff and we don't want it being used, but there's so much connectivity and so little enforcement by either the Forest Service, CPW, or our, sheriff's department, so little ability to do it, that there ends up being that the feeling is if you develop a play area for motorized recreation, you almost need to put a fence around it, to keep people exactly where you want them, so that they don't expand across. And I think, so the idea here is that, so it's similar to the idea of a ski area where 99.999% of the people stay within that ski area, within the confines, and they're paying money to do it. And there's good money made locally, and the environmental impact, other than, as we go forward, snowmaking and all kinds of things, is relatively low. Kind of like rafting, you're confined to a certain area and you get people located at the towns, and there's good economic benefit and little environmental impact. And so that front side stuff, like development of the mountain bike park above Idaho Springs, has us in the game and at the table, just like we want to be with the Forest Service, with the towns. And that's where there's the greatest benefit for them, is having, it's kind of like front side skiing versus backcountry skiing. You buy your skis according to where you're going to ski and stuff like that. Having front side activities that are recreational places that are contained right near the towns, as an example, or other economic centers, is, I think, really, it's the best way to, that's the place where we can do some expansion of certain kinds of quality activities that can be of benefit of the towns, if the towns are in agreement that they want those additional people in them doing those things.
Mm-hmm.
It's a place to be a little more holistic and balanced in our approach to this, and not just be, I don't want this to feel like a NIMBY exercise.
Yeah. So then the next thing is, and I agree with you, Randy, both of you kind of convinced me. The next thing is a project to plan for a permanent group or committee.
Hey, George, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Looks like you're.
Maybe my hand wasn't through my microphone. Is it any better?
Nope.
I can turn them up here.
Maybe I should speak up.
That's
There
better.
we go.
Now you're better.
So the next one is a project to plan for a permanent group or committee to manage the rec plan. A little bit of concern because we would obviously need to identify some resources to staff it. But I don't know, it seems like a necessity.
It does to me as too, for the reasons I articulated earlier. It's because we want our crew that actually physically does recreation management in the form of like a trails crew or something like that, to operate, to have guidelines and guardrails and things like that, but also operate with the confidence that each thing that we're doing has got a thumbs up, from administration, and from that we have a process for establishing the veracity of all the things that we do in a high volume, high density recreation environment.
And George, by permanent, I don't mean like full-time. I mean like a committee that could gather and meet as a commission, kind of to be sort of a board of directors for the ongoing work to manage the plans or agreements that were collective in nature. I don't envision it requiring any additional staff.
So
go ahead. Sorry,
I
Sean.
was going to say an advisory committee or something like a appointed board or commission by the board, by the
Yes.
county commissioners.
Yeah.
Right. It's got it may have a structure that we've created, and then maybe we appoint, maybe we don't. Maybe we just say, there's a representative from open space, there's a representative from each one of the towns still, or however we choose to build it, that it's a standing committee like open space committee or planning commission or anything else that meets every so often or responds to need when stuff comes up, and would consist of those members. I mean, and I would suggest right off the bat, I would suggest people like, for example, obviously the Open Space Commission needs to have a seat on that. I would suggest that certainly representatives from those neighborhoods that are impacted by the decisions that are being made, people like, Emerge, Solve, Friends of Clear Creek, St. Mary's homeowners, those places where we have community impacts. And then those environmental stewards we have either professionally or whomever we can get to be there, Forest Service and all of them, kind of sit as a group, to make these kind of decisions without at least the perspective or information of the Forest Service being able to hold their hand up and say, yeah, but federal law says this, or something like that would be helpful.
No.
You want to help explain what the committee was thinking?
I think that the idea would probably be, it would be entities that contributed to making the plan. And it might even be accomplished through MOUs, but the point is we would want some way to carry forward the plan that we created collectively. I'm not sure that it would be, I think there's room for ongoing discussion. I wouldn't necessarily see it as an independent decision-making body, but I mean, I think there's that isn't what this sentence intended to mean. It doesn't mean that that's not something to consider going forward.
Yeah, and I was just suggesting that other than simply agency partners like county staff and a representative from each town, I'd like to know that if it's ongoing, it's a little broader in its membership than, it's kind of reflective of the whole process as opposed to just one of its committees or an agency group. But that's subject, that's all up for debate. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's complicated enough that we ought to focus on it.
It's a good idea, yeah.
And then the last one is, oh my God, did you hear that? The last one. Conduct visioning and futuring to discuss pie in the sky potential longer term ideas. I won't repeat myself in a long-winded way. I think the Georgetown project could be at the top of this list in terms of pie in the sky ideas. And because I kind of look at it but the Reservoir and Empire and these other two things that are on this list are important to look at and think about too. And so to be brief, I think that looking at those is important. And the other comment I have on it is that in particular, this one is one that I think there should be sort of robust board engagement on.
The Georgetown, support for Georgetown's winter visitation.
Yeah, and just as we're choosing, sort of as we're going through thinking about pie in the sky projects, I just feel like those are high stakes, big impact, in a way that feels different than thinking about planning through the water recreation planning, right? Like we're talking about building things that'll be here forever. And that makes me want to be a little bit more directly involved in how we're defining those projects and how we're prioritizing those projects and all that stuff.
I have a really minor point about that one. I would prefer we call it something else just because pie in the sky is literally something that's impossible. That could never happen. We're talking about something that has a big impact, which is different.
Okay.
I agree, Sean. That sounds kind of like dumb ideas we'll never get to, in quotes, or something like that. It's just got a connotation, the phrase does.
Will do.
Yeah, good point.
World peace.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Any final comments or any additions you'd like to, any final observations?
I would just like to, Amy, I would like to thank you for being very resilient and patient through all of the spirited conversation we've been having. Well, you and Julie both, with the spirited conversation we've been having, because I know we sound like we're just like stomping all over this thing the whole time. I know I feel like that after the meetings, and I want you to think it. I want you to know it's only because we're we feel very, I have a great love for this place where I've lived for a long time. I know Sean and George do too, and George grew up here. And so we really care about it a lot. And I do know that in both of you, from knowing you personally, that the principles that we worry about while we're bringing up these, what we consider to be constructive criticism, are principles that you carry as well. I know you carry about conservation, the environment, and all those things. And so there's nothing to be taken away from our intense engagement on this other than, care for those same things. So.
Absolutely. I have not felt that at all. So I appreciate all the feedback, and I think the engagement's been extremely valuable. So thank you.
Looking through my notes, there's one, can you guys hear me okay?
It's a little weird, but yes.
I'm just turning him up whenever he comes up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to my computer, sorry. One thing that I think would be interesting, I don't know if we can get all the way to a conclusion, but I'd love to see some conversation around it. Trying to wrap our heads around the link between backcountry recreation and economic and fiscal outcomes. I think a robust conversation with the municipalities about that. What I think I observe is that we don't all understand one another's impacts and how they're different. Like these dynamics about where the revenues go to, where the economic benefits go to, where the impacts land, who has to pay for the impacts, all that stuff. And I think sort of starting to chew on that as a community will really help us make all of the rest of these decisions in a more informed, better way. So I just want to suggest that that be in some way kind of thrown into the mix. I realize that we could scope this all the way to where it's a project that's impossible to figure out, right? But some level of conversation about it, I think, would be really helpful to the process.
Well, I completely agree with that. It's kind of like the financial impacts of any project that we do, trying to understand development and everything, the pros and cons better. Fiscal analysis, for example, in the legislature. And I think there's an assumption that's been made, and it's been evident in our tourism marketing up to this point, that our biggest opportunity is the more people that we can fill up recreating in the county at large, disperse recreation, everything. Look, here, come fill this place up, is more money at the cash registers. And while there's probably some element of truth to that, I think when you take that kind of an approach, some people will see some benefit and other people will see some impacts, and I know we brought this up in our 2019 or 20 strategic planning meeting as a county commission, that the jury was out on whether that kind of thinking actually, public, private sector, everything, whether financially it's even a net positive once you reach a certain point. And that we may have reached that point. And we brought that up like 4 years ago. And I think it's really important to wrap our heads around that and understand it. And I'll put it in the context of, I had somebody say to me once that that we needed to bring gambling to Idaho Springs because we were going to get rich and it was going to be wonderful for the community. And that person also, like me, believed that, well, actually the person I was talking to believed that we should not. But he said that if we weren't going to deal with it, then it was our responsibility as the City Council of Idaho Springs to find a way to guarantee them a profit. And I said, man, there's like 100,000 people going by on a Saturday out on that interstate. We've already got a bunch of people out there. Let's figure out how to tap. The river's full of fish. It's overcrowded. Let's find better bait and to get the people that are already out there to our towns, to our commercial districts. And I think inherent in that is to learn what George said, which is what's the real benefit of doubling the number of people in the woods when you look at the holistic level, when you look at then trying to manage the impacts in the woods and in the community.
Yeah, and I think we can land on some objective observations in a way that's a little bit more shared. Like, for example, I have the perspective that a lot of the fiscal benefits land inside the towns. A lot of the costs land with the county. The towns want to see more recreation because they get the economic benefits and the fiscal benefits to a greater degree than we do. So having the conclusion of that conversation be like, hey, maybe we need to figure out how to pay for this together, is kind of, I'm not trying to say what I think I know that the outcome is, but I think that's one of the conversations that we need to have.
I totally agree with that. And when I think about the recreation that happens in the 14ers, I would not be surprised at all to find out that it adds no more economic benefit than someone coming back from a ski trip to Winter Park or anywhere else. I mean, a lot of times it's a destination. There's nothing to buy at the parking lot and people go straight home. But beyond that, I think it's certainly worth understanding better. And I would second Randy's kind comments and just say, we've been talking about this for 6 years, well, at least for 6 years that I've been around, and now we're in it and we're actually making some progress, and we're having rich conversations about it. So this is very exciting to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. I want to just say one thing. I really appreciate the observations about the economic role and all of that. And I think Julie and I are going to have to talk a little bit about how to approach that. It's definitely, I'm pretty sure it's out of the scope of of our grant and of the project as planned. We can probably, what I want to talk to Julie about is if there's a way to identify some foundational conversations we can have with the different stakeholders in this group to build some kind of platforms or something to use as a framework for conversation that can be useful and helpful to how we talk about what we do together as this multi-stakeholder group. But we are not going to be able to add a bunch of economic analysis to this grant. I just wanted to make that clear because that's not something that is on the program for this product. But I think we can probably figure out a way to ask the question or build some shared perspectives on the question that you're asking, George, and see what the perspective is of all the different stakeholders and how unifying is our opinions, at least, about it and our perspectives, and see what type of work we might want to try to dig into going forward. Does that make sense?
100%. Yes, that's exactly what I had in mind. Thank you for saying it so well.
Yeah.
I think if I could add another perspective to that, I think it's that you put a project list in front of us, and some of those things were met with more enthusiasm than others, and they will define an actual project list at the end of the day that'll end up being approved, generally by the county commission, as a final product. And I think I completely understand. It's almost like trying to say that, well, now, Julie, within your existing contract, you need to do a carrying capacity for the entire, for Clear Creek County and the National Forest and the 2 wilderness areas in it. And obviously, none of that falls within your scope, nor this economic analysis. But it could be that when the ROMP is completed, that it's going to, that one of the things on the list of projects is going to be to undertake a future, and we decide how to prioritize it, a future economic analysis of the benefits and the assets and liabilities of dispersed recreation. And that's one of the suggestions to do, just like working on the transportation thing or something else. And it's just not a matter of, for example, whether a core committee that consists of the 4 towns says, no, we don't need to do that. We already know it's good for us. That doesn't really determine an outcome at the end of the day. I think personally, I think it's a really important thing that we need to understand to wrap our heads around our future and how we manage recreation. I don't know how we can do it without it. So just that's my biased input. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I agree with the way this is being framed. As we head into what we're calling this workshop phase, I think that's the potential for any of these projects, right? We're not going to have a fully mapped conservation plan or creek strategy, but it's that we're kind of teeing up what would come next. And I think that was always the intent, because then you tee it up, we have enough information so that you can say who would do this, what partners, what funding, and they can move you down that road. So I think that's all very possible. It struck me that actually a number of the projects that may have at least been first discussed in the context of this may be a lower priority, actually then the conversation evolved today into, and this might be a priority for economics, right? And so like the discussion of Greenway and the winter rec and front country, and kind of the discussion of how those fit into the economic potential. So Amy, we'll keep talking, but I think there might be something there in terms of grouping, framing some of these pieces that in and of themselves may or may not be the right forum for this round discussion, or may not be the top priority that everyone expressed, in terms of economic potential and exploring, the economic potential of some of these different kinds of uses and opportunities could be a path forward. So that's just one idea, but we can keep kicking that around. And so I just have appreciated getting to listen today and hear the insight. And aside from those four that I just picked out, I might even group the wayfinding and tourism piece in that a little bit too. I think there was great nuanced discussion, and the one thing I'd ask, if there is something top of mind, is if there's any kind of summation type comment, around, okay, having talked through all of these, the economic piece, I think, is a good kind of summation conversation we just had around something we're looking for in the plan. Are there any other kind of quick hits of, okay, having worked through all of these, I would just say, I really hope we workshop X, Y, and Z, or I hope that we prioritize, A, B, and C for the planning discussions going forward.
I feel like I've given so much philosophical input right now that if you're asking for another closing, centralizing comment,
It's fine if not. We'll do some back end work to synthesize and reflect on what we heard. But if you're walking away with ooh, don't miss the forest for the trees. We need, we really want these big things reflected in the work you're doing over the next 6 months to a year, that would be helpful.
I think the summarization for me would be that I'm conservation oriented. It's viewed through a 50-year cross section of time snapshot that I have in my head that I've witnessed of change over time and versus economic change over time. And my gut reaction is that we should, at this point in time, focus on conservation and community resiliency primarily, and always question our previous assumptions about the economic benefits of anything going forward versus the holistic cost all the way from the local to the federal level of managing impacts of recreation that, in my view, is the hockey stick that's used to describe the progression of climate change. When you actually look at it physically measured on a map versus the inputs, and my 50-year view of recreation in Clear Creek County is that there's a hockey stick going on. If I don't have somebody out there to measure it, I'm going to go by that hockey stick. And there's been a huge increase to it, and management and control and preservation of quality of experience, environment, and community are our highest activities. And that's, for me, why we need to do it. We're not building a recreation plan because we need more recreation and don't have enough of it. We're trying to figure out how to manage something that is happening just like social trails happen. And that's my general bubble I'm in right now.
Yeah, and I don't know. Julie, I did not take good enough notes to know which of these we felt like, yeah, this is a high priority. This one maybe is a lower priority. But and I hesitate to try to talk back through it again.
Yeah.
I have one quick comment, and I apologize because everyone's heard it before, but places like the Beaverbrook watershed is huge opportunity. I think we do need more trails. I think we need to improve what we have, and I do think we need to expand it. When we compare ourselves to our next door neighbor, Jefferson County, do they have more than 10 open space parks that are multi-use? We have one, Floyd Hill, which is a good start. So anyway, I think one way of spreading people out more is to have more places to spread them out.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Well, we were running a pretty tight ship and now we're an hour and a half behind schedule. But it was a very good conversation. It's been a long time coming, and I really appreciate all the work that you've done. And I think if no one needs a break, we can dive into our 11 o'clock action session. Anybody need a 3-minute break?
Thanks, Julie. Bye.
I think the 11 o'clock could be short enough that we could push through.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right, then we'll now consider to anyone who's tuned in for our 11 a.m. session, my apologies for our being an hour and a half late. We've just been working on something that's been, that has felt to us like a multi-year process in which our conversations haven't progressed, and we were making good progress, so we stayed with it. So apologies for waiting this long. Our 11 o'clock action session is consideration and approval of support of HB 23-1165, a bill concerning the authority of the board of county commissioners to prohibit the discharge of firearms in unincorporated areas of a county. I think I'm going to guess, I mean, I've read it thoroughly and I've been involved in the process from the beginning and tracked it closely. But I think that the people best suited to describe this are a combination of Peter and George, because George has been working more than I have directly with the people that are bringing this bill forward in the state legislature. So if one of you wants to take it away, take it away.
Yeah, I think I'll take a stab at it. I think Peter's on his phone. So if I see you unmute, I'll shut up, Peter. So this is a bill that's a direct response to a lot of feedback we've gotten out of the St. Mary's area, where we have a very dense neighborhood that has high frequency, high volume, high intensity shooting. It's multiple days a week for multiple hours, using high caliber stuff. And people shared with us that they felt unsafe, that they didn't feel peace. And unfortunately, we had to say, we don't think we have the legal authority to do anything about this. In spite of the fact that this neighborhood rivals the density of a lot of areas you find within municipalities that do have this authority, the state government has to give us expressly the authority to regulate the discharge of firearms in dense neighborhoods. And so there already was this authority in statute. It exempted private property. And of course, the problem we're experiencing is on private property. And municipalities, I'm not aware of a municipality in the state of Colorado that allows shooting on private property within its city limits. And it's just an acknowledgement that there's a level of density at which you can't set up a safe place to shoot anywhere. And that's what this bill is trying to accomplish, that the state would give us that authority to regulate the discharge of firearms in dense areas. So the bill is pretty short. It adds a couple of exceptions, things where shooting can happen safely, like an indoor shooting range or a shooting range that we have permitted locally. So that's kind of the general background around the bill. I know this board is familiar with it. We've talked about it a lot. That really, I was kind of providing that background for anybody who's watching. And so we saw a draft last year. It didn't get introduced. It just got introduced this year, this session. And it's actually up for its first committee hearing tomorrow. My hope, I plan to testify, Randy, I think you do as well. And I would love for us to be able to say Clear Creek County supports this bill. And so that's, I think the ask that's in front of us today is, does Clear Creek County support House Bill 23-1165, county authority to prohibit firearms discharge?
Yeah, thanks, George. That's a pretty good description. I have just not a lot to say, but a little bit. But Peter, do you have anything to add while you're there on the phone? I see your phone number there.
I'm not sure if I tried to cross Peter over, and because he's on a phone, it won't let me make him a panelist. So I'm not sure if he's able to speak, but
I see his phone number on the screen.
okay.
Is that Sean on the phone?
You could try
What's that?
*6.
Sean's on the phone, but Peter's is like coming up as a phone number. So he probably called in, and Sean probably has the app and did it that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Sean's zooming in off his phone, I think, and Peter's just on the phone call.
So Peter's listening, but I'm not sure if he's able to speak.
Unmute. Yeah. Peter, you tried *6. Can you hear us?
I see a text message from Peter. He's listening, but unable to be moved over or heard.
Right.
Oh, and he unmuted. Peter.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Hi.
Yeah, awesome. All that just for me to say that George very concisely went over everything and I didn't have a lot to add to it.
Okay. Sean, comment?
Yeah, I don't plan on testifying for it. However, I do support it.
Thanks. I think a couple of things I would just add to it real briefly is that basically what this does is state that if there is an area of the county that has up to 30 dwellings per square mile, and that doesn't mean it has to be a full square mile or that we chop up square miles and see how many dwellings are in each square mile in the county on section lines or anything. It means that it's really just a safety issue, that if we see an area where the density is great enough, that we can define an area that can be irregular in shape and size. It can be a half a square mile or a quarter of a square mile or a square mile or whatever, that is an area that is broad enough and has enough habitation in it to 30 domiciles per square mile, that we can treat it with the same safety considerations that municipalities do, which is why they don't allow shooting in any of the municipalities on private or public property. And so it's meant strictly as a safety issue, not to restrict the Second Amendment or anything else. People can still possess, own guns, use them for self-defense, all those kinds of things. But it just means recreational shooting outdoors would be just like in a dense municipality, prohibited within that area. And I won't bother to give examples of where that might be because we haven't really identified a lot. We've just had a lot of complaints from citizens in some very dense areas in some cases that are outside municipalities, with neighbors shooting in their yards and stuff and houses next door. And it's just, the other thing to understand is that this is a permissive law. And what that means is this doesn't put this law in effect in Clear Creek County or Montrose County or anywhere else until the county commissioners choose to act on it on a case-by-case basis or in some generalized basis. And it just depends on how the county chooses to go forward with it. And I support the law or the bill because it gives counties the ability to to create a greater level of safety within their more dense neighborhoods, just like municipalities all have the right to do right now. And I think technically, Peter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think technically counties are kind of subdivisions of the state government, whereas municipalities are their own governments that don't sit as subdivisions of state government.
Correct. We are political subdivisions of the state, but municipalities are not.
which is just like roads and stuff like that. That's why state laws apply to county roads, because county roads are technically, state highways, and they're part of the state highway system. And so just like that, we're subject to state law, and state law does not explicitly grant our ability to do this at this time. So all it's doing is fixing state law, from my perspective, fixing state law to allow counties to provide this safety measure for those neighborhoods where, they're too dense to allow outdoor recreational shooting on private property.
Yeah, and just for the sake of transparency with you two, and well, I should start out like this. Huge thanks to Representatives Judy Amabile, Senator Dylan Roberts, and Senator Sonia Jaquez Lewis for sponsoring this, and then a special thanks because they really do care what we think about the feedback and the amendments that are being proposed, et cetera. And so I want to share some of the feedback, some of the noise in the system that's coming around. One of them is a little bit of skepticism around the idea that as it is right now, a board of county commissioners might be able to get creative and draw a circle around two homes that are close to each other, and say that it meets the density. And so, I think if a response to that was to come up with some kind of a minimum area size that wasn't limiting, but prevented those kinds of shenanigans, or some kind of language around compactness so that you're not building these dumbbell maps with, 1 foot wide lines between homes that can, so I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up that conversation is happening, and that the threshold of 30 homes per square mile is being discussed as well, possibly going to 40. I looked at the maps, that doesn't affect us at all. So the density in St. Mary's is around 200. So just a little bit more so that you guys are in the loop. And other than that, I mean, if there aren't any other comments, I'd love to make a motion.
Yeah, I think my only thing I'd say is I support what you said, George, that I'm completely open to those amendments as well. I'll be candid. I'm not a gun guy myself, but I do respect the fact that there is a Second Amendment and a right to bear arms. And I do think that if somebody were to say, well, now if I can draw a circle that's 1/30th of a square mile around my house, that's 30 homes per square mile. I can go get the county commissioners to draw a circle around my house and let nobody fit within that 1/30th. I haven't done the math on that. I did the math on like 15. Like, let's just say you had a cluster of homes, cluster home area or a trailer park or something like that. It allows you to basically, limit shooting to within maybe, between 1/8 and 1/4 of a mile of the kind of land that might be encompassed within a 30-unit trailer park, as an example, or a 15-unit trailer park. It's not that huge of an area, and it wouldn't be abusive based on ballistics and stuff like that to say that that's an area that's reasonable. I would consider an abuse to be like an apartment building sitting on one corner of a section, and the entire rest of the section has 2 homes in it, and those people can't shoot. That wouldn't be abuse of the process. But those citizens would have to come to a county commission and get them to agree in majority to create something like that, which is not a very likely scenario. So it's not meant to be abusive at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I move we support House Bill 23-1165.
Second. Oh, I'll wait for Sean's second. I'm the chair.
No, I'm happy to second that. Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. We've all spoken plenty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And again, this motion today that just passed was to simply allow us to speak as a county in favor of this legislation that's in front of the House and the Senate right now.
Okay.
It doesn't change the law in Clear Creek County or in any place in any way at this moment. So. nor will the passage of the law in the legislature. Then it's up to the county commission to decide whether they want to create an area. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done for the day.
So.
Any other items? If not, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.